Good morning, everybody. The time is 10:02, and I will call the June 27th, 2024 Planning Board meeting to order. We are joined by our Vice Chair Bailey. Good morning, Ms. Bailey.
Good morning.
We have Commissioner Washington with us.
Good morning, all.
Commissioner Giraldo.
Good morning, everybody.
And Commissioner Dorner.
Hello.
Hello indeed, and I'm Chair Shapiro. Please note that the deadline for all participant pre-registration for all submission of materials and exhibits was 12 noon on the Tuesday before this planning board meeting. Registered speakers may join the meeting with the link provided in the email provided by the planning board office, or listen by phone by utilizing the call-in number that was provided in the email. And of course, anyone may tune in to watch via live stream. And if you wish to speak or become a person of record, you may use our online web form, which you'll see referenced on the screen before you. In addition to the commissioners, we are joined by our principal counsel, David Warner. We have our planning board administrator, Jessica Jones, our technical hearing writer, Ms. Ford, and we have Sherry Connor, our acting development review division chief. I don't believe we have Mr. Hunt with us, do we? It doesn't matter, we have Ms. Connor. And we also have staff members, Kenneth Flanagan and Ryan Croner, helping us with technology behind the scenes. I want to thank everybody for all the work that you do. We are going to follow the agenda, the order of cases as listed on the agenda, with one exception. Item 3B is an executive session. We're going to take up the executive session at the tail end of the meeting. So we'll go through all the other agenda items first. So we'll start with item 2. I would look for a motion to approve the draft minutes of our June 20, 2024 meeting.
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
We've got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Commissioner Giraldo. Any discussion? Not, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. No legislative items for this week. And our next item is a briefing. We're going to hear from our Chief Information Officer, and we'll have a briefing on our enterprise resource planning. Is that right? Am I being confused? Yes. Mazen, are we on?
I'm
yes,
ready.
Okay.
All right,
good.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Man. Okay. All right. If you could introduce yourself for the record and take it away, the floor is yours.
All right. So today's Mazen Shilay, the Chief Information Officer for the Commission, just for the record here. Today's project update will provide a high-level update with enough relevant details, hopefully, to provide the Planning Board with an update on the project from its kickoff in September of last year and the launch of the requirements gathering process early this year and leading up to today. So next slide, please. If you look at the graph, just to give a quick description of an enterprise resource planning system, or an ERP. It's a software system.
Hold on one sec. Just wait for the Ryan or Kenny to catch up and get the PowerPoint up.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
Excuse me, what's the item number?
It's item 3B, but as I'm looking at it, I'm not sure I see it linked on the agenda. Or 3C, I'm sorry, 3C. But there is no link on the agenda.
Yeah, I don't see a link for.
Mazen, can you email it? Do you have it? Or how can we do this, folks?
I can email it. Who do I send it to?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Chair and Mazen, if you can send that to me, Jessica, and I'll get that over to you, Mr. Flanagan.
Okay.
Gotcha.
This might take a few minutes. Maybe we should move on to some other agenda items. Let's at least do the consent agenda. So we have a number of items on the consent agenda. Anyone from the public or any board members who wishes to discuss any of these items? If not, I would look for a motion.
Motion to approve items on the consent agenda in accordance with the recommendation of staff.
Second.
Got a motion by Vice Chair Bailey, a second by Commissioner Washington. With no discussion, I'll call the roll. Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Good eye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Let's see what else we can get ourselves up to here for a few minutes. Why don't we go to item 5 on the agenda, and then we'll always be able to come back. So item 5, regular agenda items. This is specific design plan STP 0307 H21 Cameron Grove Lot 15 Block D Rogers Screen Room. This is an evidentiary hearing. I'm not sure if we have anyone signed up to speak, though. We will see. We have Mr. Price who will be giving a staff presentation. And is that right, Ms. Connor? Yeah, there we are. There's Mr. Price. And then we have Sheila Hippolyte, who will be representing the applicant, if I pronounced that right. And let's turn to staff for a presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Board. For the record, I'm Todd Price with the Urban Design Section. Item 5, SDP-0307-H21 for Cameron Grove, Lot 15, Block D, Rogers Screen Room, requests approval of a homeowner's minor amendment to construct an 8-foot by 24-foot screen room addition at the rear of an existing dwelling. This application has been reviewed and evaluated in accordance with the prior zoning ordinance. Due to the configuration of the lot, the proposed addition will encroach into the rear setback. Therefore, the application is seeking relief from the required 10-foot rear setback. Based on the findings presented in the technical staff report, staff recommend that the Planning Board approve SDP-0307-H21 for Cameron Grove, Lot 15, Block D, Rogers Screen Room. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll turn to the applicant. Is there a representative from the applicant here? If so, could you identify yourself, please?
I don't believe they're here today.
Okay, all right. We've known from the applicant. Commissioners, is fairly straightforward. Is there anyone else who signed up to speak on this item? I have 2 folks who's on the speaker sheet, but I don't see anyone here. Please make yourself known if you wish to speak on this item. Seeing nobody, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, it's to us for any deliberation. If not, what is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the findings of staff and approve SDP-0307-H21.
Second.
Second.
We've got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Commissioner Giraldo. If there's no discussion on the motion.
I'm hearing you. And okay.
Yeah.
You-
Yes. Wants to mute.
Angel on earth, thank you.
Who's talking?
Ms. O'Connell.
Yes,
Hi, if you could mute your microphone, please.
okay. I'm sorry.
Thank you. No worries at all. Thank you kindly. We have the motion. Did I call the roll? I did not call the roll, did I?
Did not.
All right.
Yeah.
Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
But I just wanted to kind of raise for us to think about later. Do we need to even see these kinds of cases? Like, would there be ways that we could actually defer our judgment to the planning board director? Because we've done that on other stuff that's like way more complicated and more, not to say this isn't important, but like these are the kinds of things that I think are a waste of our time from like a public standpoint and development standpoint, where land use regulations just are too much. And we could probably defer and have a much faster process for homeowners and still comply with like the code if we could defer our judgment to the planning director or somebody else, or even work with the county council to figure out ways that, like, if it's legislatively mandated for us to consider that, maybe we can create some sort of amendment to allow it to go to more of a decision making that goes between staff and the planning board director. I mean, this stuff, when we're dealing with housing supply issues, like, we shouldn't be doing this. Like this, to put homeowners through this much effort is just, I think, a little bit ridiculous.
Yep, I'm quite aligned with you on that, and it's a longer conversation, but I agree, and I would love to see if we can find a way to do it. And you vote aye.
I vote aye. Yes.
And Commissioner Giraldo, you're on mute.
I vote aye as well, and you know, I concur in Commissioner Dorner's and your sentiments about seeing these type of things. The only thing I'm wondering is in those situations where there's opposition.
Yeah, I mean, let's not have the. I'm with both of you. Let's not have the conversation now, but we should have the conversation and hear from staff about what is or isn't possible, and what's the best way to go about streamlining this process. I couldn't agree more. I vote aye as well. The ayes have it, 5-0. Then thank you all. Thanks for the comments on this as well. Much appreciated. I believe we have the PowerPoint agenda, so we have completed item 5 on our regular agenda. Before we get to item 6, we will go back to item 3C, which is the Office of the Chief Information Officer, a briefing on our enterprise resource planning project Mosaic. And Mr. Chalet, we have the PowerPoint before us, and take it away.
Thank you, Chair. If I may ask to go to slide 2, please. On this slide, it has this colorful wheel of an ERP system and what it includes. So the ERP stands for Enterprise Resource Planning, for those who may not really know what that stands for. It's a software system that helps organizations automate and manage core business processes for optimal performance. As shown in the graph, it integrates various aspects of an organization's operation, such as planning, purchasing, inventory, sales, marketing, finance, human resources, all into a single ERP system that is integrated and where data can be passed back and forth without having to do anything other than access those modules within the ERP suite. There are hundreds of those applications out there to choose from, and most can be customized to fit organizations' specific needs. However, a successful implementation is really crucial for an effective ERP system. There are many benefits to an ERP system, and I just mentioned a few here. One of them is data security for ERP software. It centralizes and protects data and enhances security because it's all under one umbrella. It standardizes and centralizes data where the ERP system stores critical information from different departments in one place, ensuring consistency and ease of access for business processes. Because of that, it improves efficiency, where the ERP system will streamline processes and automate tasks and overall boosts productivity. It also enhances the ability to collaborate and innovate, as the ERP system will foster communication between business areas. It promotes collaboration and innovation in that respect. It will also definitely help with better decision making, and that's one of the key deliverables of any ERP system. Real-time data in reporting and analytics enables informed decisions for departments as needed. And of course, there's the scalability and flexibility of a system where it can adapt to business growth and accommodate changing needs really quick. It also provides increased risk management abilities in that, again, the centralized data and the centralized processes, it improves visibility and helps managers manage risk effectively. And one last point, I think there's enough reason to believe there's a low cost of operation when you look at an automation and streamlined process into a single ERP solution will help definitely save time and money. Now, a question comes up to a lot of people's minds when I do these presentations is, why are we not seeing all those benefits that I just described in our current system today? And I want to say this in retrospect because I wasn't here when the first initial ERP was done. In the initial ERP deployment, the Commission overlooked several features and potential benefits for our organization and required user acceptance. We also realized that the resource limitations at that time were a key challenge. I think that kind of directly contributed to the to our inability to integrate all the potential features of the ERP system then. However, with this project, we are committed not repeating these oversights and are taking a more comprehensive approach to the future state of our ERP system. Next slide, please. So just to get you caught up on the history, so on the background of how we got here today. So back in April 2022, our current application vendor, the provider, notified us stating that our current solution will no longer be sold and will have very limited support come April 2026. In July of 2022, we did an ERP gap analysis as it was requested by our chairs then, and it was completed by mid-December. So we presented, I think the language here I'm trying to say is we presented the report in 2022, but it was completed in late December. The point here is we started the ERP funding in fiscal year 2022. Now, in January 2023, last year, the department heads and the commission chairs approved the enterprise project roadmap and decided to pursue an open solicitation process to replace the enterprise resource planning, our current ERP solution. In July of last year, 2023, our ERP vendor extended the product support date until December 2030. So they went from 2026 to 2030. Well, this extension really came at the right time. While we were gearing up for the project, the fact that we now have more time, we don't have to rush through some aspects of the project, specifically the opportunity to do things right. And to be specific, the department now have more time to spread the funding costs over several years instead of crunching it into a couple. This also allows for the requirement phases to be completed as accurately and as thoroughly as possible. And we've done that, and I'll provide details on how we've been doing this. And also, it will afford us the ability to schedule the requirements gathering sessions that we scheduled with 3 to 4 week advance notice on everything we've done with the stakeholders. Additionally, there is sufficient time, it gave us enough time to actually engage a large group of stakeholders from all departments within the commission to help with the review and endorsement of the requirements. And that really kind of helps the buy-in and adoption of the solution somewhere down the line. In October 2023, an updated cost estimate was established, based on some, factors that we learned, and a multi-year internal funding was developed and approved by the commission, by the commission's departments. Next slide, please. This is just a highlight of our budget distribution. The departments have seen and endorsed this already previously. I'm just sharing this with you today. This shows the cost sharing per department. First, I want to say clearly that the budget is an estimate, right? It will continue to be an estimate. It's fluid until the bids come in, right? Towards the end of this year. We are closely monitoring it, the market costs, and working with our consultants to make sure that we watch what the markets look like. And with our consultants from ITRG, by the way, it's Infotech Research Group. It will be updated again for fiscal year 2026 and 2027 for the budget process. If we find that we need additional funding for resources, whether it's funding in money or personnel, this amount will likely not be sufficient as we see it here to cover, the associated costs besides the ERP implementation. There's some peripheral costs that will come along with the project. As I mentioned, the new ERP project finances started in FY22 and will continue through FY 2027. The new project financing started in 2022. So sometimes departments chose to prepay. Excuse me. Sometimes departments chose to prepay their share of the project, early in the year, and this is wise as it removes the department's burden from the following year and it eases budget constraints. Montgomery Planning and the Department of Human Resources and Management and Legal have prepaid their total contributions in FY22 and FY23. Additionally, I think it's worth mentioning that CS departments, Department of Finance and the Department of Human Resources and Management and Legal prepaid their total contributions and provided additional $2.4 million towards the project. What this would do would offset the department's fiscal impact for the remaining years, and you see how those numbers got much smaller because of this contribution, which is I think it's much appreciated from those departments. Next slide, please. So I just want to go through the high level structure of how the project Mosaic, that we're calling the codenamed ERP project Mosaic, right? So I may not have specified that, but that's what we're calling the project. There are sponsors for the project. The sponsors are Gavin Cohen, Asanta Chiang Smith, and Mazen Chile. This was approved by the department heads back in July 2023. We also have a steering committee, which is a key 18-member group consisting of individuals from across the commission. I will not read the names, but those folks represent departments from the commission on both sides of the commission. We also have a core team of individuals that added up to about 162 members from across the commission. I have emailed this list separately. Hopefully you have that to look at if you need to. Now, those from this group, we created the cross-functional teams as per mega process with equal or reasonable representation across the commission. But we also have a mega process and mega process owners. And those individuals are, Chip Bennett for finance, Terry Charles for procure to pay, for budget, forecasted budget. For procure to pay, we have Stacy Pearson, hired to retire, Todd Allen, acquired and posted Abby Rodman, and technology is Mazen Chile. Now, a mega process is, just to kind of give it a definition, is the highest level process within the organization. It kind of provides end-to-end process, a process that can stand individually with very few integration points to other mega processes. So it's a very high level function within the organization. The mega process will also help us prioritize against certain criteria to strategically important things such as integration with other modules, and also how to provide a high degree of competency with minimum customizations. Next slide, please. Now here I'm just talking about, I'm showing you the 3 phases of the requirements gathering sessions. In phase 1, which we already completed in March of this year, and we're about to complete phase 2. We're towards at the very end of phase 2. We're looking forward to starting phase 3, and which really begins after we release the RFP in late August. There's more details on this in the upcoming slides. Next slide, please. The project timeline here, again, represents the 3 parts on the left-hand side of the slide: phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. The requirement reports are on time and set to wrap up by the end of July 26th to be specific. We will have a full report provided to the department heads. The department heads meeting scheduled for July 22. We're also going to have this full project timeline has been pushed back by about 2 weeks to allow procurement some additional time. As you know, this is the end of the fiscal year, so there's a little bit of a rush on procurement. So just to allow them enough time to do the review and be as thorough and accurate as possible. So now the release date for the RFP is instead of mid-August, now it's late August. It's not a significant delay, but still I wanted to mention that here. This slide also represents the project schedule for the 3 phases, as I mentioned. It shows dates and milestones. Please note that we are in the middle of the year here, towards the the rush time towards the end of the fiscal year. So the next few days we'll wrap up. Next week we'll be picking up on some of those reviews. Before the RFP is released, however, a significant milestone must be achieved. That is establishing the selection committee structure and identifying the selection committee members. That's where the evaluation for the RFP will begin once we get those submissions. And that's a big part of the procurement responsibility. So that's probably not going to get finalized until the fiscal year ends. With that said, that is being worked on, but we're still continuing with our the review process. And I'll talk more about that in a little bit. The selection committee will review and evaluate the proposals according to the guidelines that as defined by procurement. And typically a short list of proposals will be created from the submissions that we receive. The selection committee then will conduct reviews to rate the proposals. Demos will occur, will be scheduled, and we will sit through them. A final selection, negotiations, and project award will be concluded by the end of this year, calendar year, or maybe early 2025 at the latest. Then at that point, the project implementation stage will begin. Scheduling with the system integrator will take place, and we'll begin that new phase of the ERP journey, if you will. The timeline is ambitious here. I know that for both internal and external factors could play in and potentially alter the schedule, but we've been working really hard trying to maintain the schedule as you see it on the screen. Next slide, please. So,
Mazen, I need to ask you a favor. If it's, I know there's a lot to communicate here, but if it's possible to wrap this up in 10 minutes.
Sure.
All right. Thank
Look,
you.
my time here. Yeah, that's not going to be a problem. Okay, so in phase one, which we strategized, that was completed. You look at the dates here. It started September 12th, where we did the kickoff over 2 days. Then in January, we picked up the phase one launch. We did a couple of cool, creative things. One of them was the January 5th delivery of what we call the ERP 101. It's an education and awareness session that helped all of our stakeholders and users. It was open to everyone to attend, to learn about the ERP system and what it means to us. Not how we've done it in the past, but the future state of an ERP. What would that look like as compared to what we're doing today? So I'm not going to get to those other details to save time, but in March, we did a strategy alignment, which kind of helped us set the stage with our key stakeholders and business leaders to define how we're going to go about the requirement gathering sessions that followed in April. Next slide, please. Phase two, that's when we started the requirements gathering. In March 18, we developed and presented those requirements gathering 101 session to stakeholders, similar to the ERP 101. Again, it just kind of gave stakeholders an idea to what to expect in those sessions, so they can come prepared and ready to be engaged on those discussions and not miss any opportunity. Between April 16 and May 13, we did the requirements gathering sessions. That's a little bit over a month there. 162 employees from the departments across the commission participated in the requirements gathering session. So it was a huge effort to find those folks, identify them, and have them get involved with the project. Again, we worked really hard on giving people 3 to 4 week notice to allow them to free themselves up and be able to be very actively involved. So they were actively, they actively contributed to those sessions. The discussions were excellent. The mega process owners, sponsors, steering committees, committee members were all there, and we gathered a lot of good feedback during those sessions. Next slide, please. Just quick numbers here. Just look at the graph. You see the total attendance. We had 2 technology and integration sessions. This is what we call a non-functional area for the technology: security, integration, access, reports, and so on. Then there are 5 other mega processes here: acquire to dispose, hire to retire, procure to pay, forecast to budget, and record to report. They ranged anywhere from 3 to 5 sessions. If you notice, the hire to retire had the highest attendance. It's a topic that is near and dear to a lot of people, and it was very heavily engaged with users, as you see, and there were a lot of requirements gathered and discussed. But all in all, it has been very engaging and very healthy conversation and discussion as we come along. Next slide, please. So we ran surveys at the end of each mega process requirement gathering session, and we will continue to do that, by the way. But the surveys were done with the ability to be anonymous, or the person can identify themselves if they wanted to, for further discussion as needed. We reviewed the results of those surveys to help us learn on things that we need to improve or fix or add to the process, and it has been very helpful. Now, the final survey results were compiled and made available on our SharePoint site. That's where we have all the information related to the project on the SharePoint site, and it's available to everyone across the commission. Next slide, please. I'm going to skip this one. Let's go to the next slide, please. So right now, we are in the process of the requirements review process, requirements report review process. We started in April 16, and we're planning on concluding the review process by July 26. So basically, there are two. I'm going to just tell you here on what I have on the screen. So on June 24th, the steering committee and sponsors approved the second draft of the technology and non-functional, which is non-functional area of integration services. So that second draft, really, our comments go back to our consultant, and the third review will be basically, signing off on the requirements. Also on Monday 24th, the hire to retire for human resources report, we moved that back a little, so now it's joining the timeline for procure to pay and forecast to budget date. The timeline now is moved to July 19th to approve. And also on Tuesday, June 25th, the steering committee and the sponsors approved the first drafts of the acquire to dispose and record to report, which is the finance one. Maybe it's worth mentioning the hire to retire got moved because there were a large number of responses, feedback from the consultant that requires our teams to review.
Okay.
So we want to allow the folks more time to have good, meaningful input. Next slide, please. So here again, we're talking about there are 6 mega reports that represent 6 mega processes. The review process consists of 3 review cycles, and the final report is approved after edits resulting from the second review. And those dates that you see represent each one of those cycles, leading to at the bottom here, the final report approval will be for July 26th for the last of the 6 mega processes. Next slide, please. Now talk about next steps. Here we're getting to the end. So the report will be presented to the department heads for information and just to give an update on what had happened on July 22nd. By that date, we will not have all of it completed, but we'll be very close to being done. And I think one of the key deliverables that we have discussed is to point out any of the sticky or challenging points or disagreements that may have come up during those discussions and how we resolve them. And I want to make sure that the department heads hear how the process went, any challenges, and how we resolve them in what way to make sure that alignment continues and transparency continues all the way up to the department heads. At that point in time, by the end of the sign-off on the last of the requirements, we will begin. We'll be basically closing phase 2 and beginning phase 3, which is the select process. The RFP process, is underway in preparation for the basic information in an RFP, the boilerplate information. That's all being worked on. So the release of the RFP in August will mark the beginning of phase 3, and at that point in time, we will have an evaluation committee selected, and the selection, by the way, is going to involve the department heads. I will be visiting with the department heads and discussing their appointees on on the project. It could be the project, it could be the department head, themselves, or they can appoint a person from within their department. Of course, we'll go in with some names in mind to help, guide on who's most qualified and most able and available to help with the evaluation process. There may be, again, depending on how the proposals come in by the end of the year, six to 7 weeks later, or before the end of the calendar year. Now it's going to be at the beginning. We already have started the FY26 budget requests. So for FY26 and possibly FY27, there may be additional funding requested depending on what the RFP comes back with. And I think that's very important to emphasize, that we don't know until those responses come in on the actual cost of the project. Here I'm just showing a high level, this is a high level presentation. I hope, I delivered the information to help you to see where we at with the project. But if you need more information on the project, in addition to the stakeholder list that I sent, the SharePoint site, it's an active link within this presentation, will actually take you to our SharePoint site where we have everything that we ever worked on this project loaded up there in terms of files, videos, notes, surveys. It's all there. Thank you. I'll take questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Schweib. Let me just say first, this is an impressive amount of work. What an undertaking. And it's hard to overestimate the impact that this is going to have on the commission overall. So thank you for guiding us through this incredibly complex process. So commissioners, are there questions for Mr. Chalet around the ERP and Project Mosaic? I think we're okay. Thank you. And thank you for the level of detail. And again, all I can say is it feels like we're in good hands. So
Thank you.
thanks for that. I know it's an incredibly complex process. One of the things I do want to note is the amount of stakeholder engagement is absolutely mandatory, and it's impressive that you're pulling that off so well. So thank you. Thanks for that. And of course, it's going to lead to a better product, and we know that. So,
Mr. Chair, I just have a quick question.
sure.
I was wondering, is there an executive summary on the whole program?
You have it? Is it something you can do? I mean, we have the version of the PowerPoint presentation is an example of it, but is there a different kind of detail you'd be looking for?
We have
something written, like a summary of the entire program, start to finish, or during the process. I mean, honestly, the PowerPoint doesn't really give me this explanation that I'm seeking. So I was wondering if there was a summary of it. That's all.
There's a project charter that I could share with you. I could share with the planning board,
Okay, good.
and I'd be more than happy to set up one-on-one if needed, Commissioner.
I mean, the project charter would be good. I could
Sure.
read it. Then if I have any questions, I'd call you.
Okay, we'll do.
Okay, thank you so much. And that was great work you guys are doing.
Thank you.
Other questions? Not? Okay, thanks again. Appreciate it. And you got the information to us as well.
Thank you.
And we will move on. Thank you, sir. All right, move on to item 6 on our agenda. This is a vacation petition, DPT 2024-001, Manchester Estates. We have Mr. Horn, who is representing the applicant. We have Ms. Vatendust, who's going to be giving the staff presentation. This is an evidentiary hearing. I believe we have some folks who signed up to speak, and I will swear them in at the appropriate time. And let us turn to staff for the presentation, and then we'll hear from the applicant, and then we will open it up to folks in the public as well. Ms. Vatendust.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Mahsa Vatendust with Subdivision Section. Item number 6 on the agenda is a vacation petition for Manchester Estates VPT-2024-001. The purpose of this petition is to vacate unimproved public rights-of-way, Gunston Terrace, Gunston Court, and a portion of Gunston Lane. The total area being vacated is 97,588 square feet. Next slide, please. The site is located in the west central part of Prince George's County within Planning Area 76B and Council District 8. Next slide, please. More specifically, the site outlined here in red is located on the south side of I-95, 495 Capital Beltway, approximately 1,400 feet west of its intersection with MD5 Branch Avenue. Next slide, please. The zoning map shows that the site outlined on this slide in red is zoned RR, residential rural. Next slide. The overlay map shows that the subject site outlined on this slide in red is located in the military installation overlay zone for height and noise. Next slide, please. The site map shows that the site outlined in purple and indicates the topography on the site. Next slide, please. The master plan right-of-way map with the site outlined in blue shows the Capital Beltway located north of the site, highlighted in orange, which is classified as a freeway. Next slide. This vacation petition proposes vacating 97,588 square feet of rights-of-way shown on this slide as blue. The streets being vacated are improved and not in use by the general public and abut unimproved lots 5 through 23, Block G, and lots 5 through 15, Block H of Manchester Estates, which are the petitioner's property. No other properties will be denied access as a result of this vacation. The vacation is requested for the purpose of consolidating the platted rights-of-way shown in blue and adjacent lots outlined in pink into one parcel with an overall outline in red on this slide. Staff note that the submittal documents for this vacation were inconsistent as to the computation of area being vacated. The staff have confirmed with the applicant that the area of this vacation petition should be stated as 97,588 square feet as shown on this slide and which is highlighted in blue. This correction should be incorporated into the findings of the resolution for this case. This vacation doesn't include the review of the development for the property and so doesn't form the basis of the staff's recommendation in this case. Although not germane to approval of this vacation petition, it's noted that the mandatory referral was previously before the Planning Board in November 2023 for the development of solar on the property. Next slide, please. In conclusion, the subdivision staff recommends that the Planning Board adopt the findings and approve the vacation petition VPT-2024-001 subject to the findings and conditions in the staff report with corrections to the square footage of the area being vacated as stated on the record. This concludes the staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fatendus. Commissioners, any questions for staff at this point?
Not at
I
this
just
time.
have one, and this question for you or possibly for Mr. Warner as well. I know there's a number of folks who are signed up to speak on this too, and I just want to start this process by clarifying what actually is germane to the case before us, because we have a sense of clearly what is being proposed for the site. And Mr. Warner or Ms. Fatendus or Ms. Connor, what actually, setting aside what we know, what's actually is before us, and what are we to be considering in this evidentiary hearing?
Good morning. This is Sherry Connor with the Development Review Division. So just a few things. When we evaluate a vacation petition, there are findings that must be made. They have been outlined in the technical staff report. It does require referral to WSSC to ensure that any rights to public water and sewer lines that may exist within rights of way are protected. It also is referred to the operating agency to ensure that they have no plans to develop the roadway. It is also reviewed by our transportation section, and the planning staff review it to ensure that these are not master plan roads, that the vacation of these roadways does not impact the ability for other lots to gain access. And so those form the basis of approval of a vacation in determining whether or not roads should be vacated.
So the potential use is not what's before us. Even the potential impact of the use is not what's before us?
It is not.
Okay. Mr. Warner, anything you want to add on that?
No, Ms. Connor stated it accurately that she identified the findings that the planning board needs to evaluate, which are on pages 2 and 3 of the staff report. Those are what's before the planning board.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Connor. And thank you, Mr. Warner. Okay, so let us, commissioners, any further questions for staff before we turn to the applicant? Okay, we'll turn to Mr. Horn, who's representing the applicant. If you could introduce yourself for the record, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Good morning to you and the members of the planning board. For the record, Arthur Horn with the law office of Shipley and Horn in Largo, Maryland. Very pleased to be here to represent the applicant for this vacation petition, who's the property owner, Ms. Karen Thomas. But she's represented here today by her contract purchaser, Mr. Khalil Haberstan. The civil engineers in this matter are from Dewberry, and with us today we have Ms. Don Volz, Ms. Allison McDay, and Mr. Sergio Rodriguez. As Ms. Vanderhoot explained, and Ms. Connor, and later Mr. Warner, what we're here for today is simply a petition for the vacation of an unimproved right-of-way property which would not be utilized. The vacation petitions are minor amendments and are generally handled at staff level. This application was filed. But as required by the public agencies, WSSC, DPOD, DPWT, they all were contacted and all state no objections to the vacation petition. The vacation petition here has no impact on existing residential dwellings and does not in any way deny any access to any residents within the community. The vacation petition here is for the sole purpose of the application here this morning, and on behalf of the application's team, the applicant and the team, the applicant agrees with all the findings of facts, all the conclusions of law, and all related conditions here in the staff report. And certainly would like to thank Ms. Vanderhoos and Ms. Connor and all as we gone through this process from the beginning. And that's all the applicant has in this case, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? No questions. So let's turn to our speakers list. I want to see who's here first, so I'm going to read off the names just so I can verify who's with us. Do we have Robert Steele?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Do we have Elise Gaynor? Ms. Gaynor? Do we have Stephanie Estrada? Ms. Estrada? Do we have, I see Ms. Beasley, Deborah Beasley? Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Good. We have Lynn Taylor. Ms. Taylor, are you on the line? Okay. Mr. Fuentes, David Fuentes. No, Mr. Fuentes. I hear a dog. Does the dog want to testify? I just want to be clear.
Elise Gaynor is here.
Okay. Ms. Gaynor, you're here. Okay, thank you.
I'm on the phone.
That's not a problem at all, Ms. Gaynor. Thank you.
The dog want to testify.
Yes, the dog wants to.
The dog will testify. We'll give the dog 3 minutes as always. Mr. Fuentes is not here. Ms. O'Connell, I saw you. You weren't here.
I'm here.
And Ms. Wiley, Estelle Wiley, I see you as well. And how about April Winfrey Daniels?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Winfrey Daniels. And Benita Lyons Giles?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, great, excellent. Okay, so did I miss anybody? Okay, so just some ground rules. First of all, I'll give each of you up to 3 minutes to speak. We'll have a clock that will monitor the time just to manage it. I'll provide some fair degree of latitude about what you choose to talk about, but I have to be clear that this is a vacation petition and it's a very narrowly construed subject that is what's germane to the hearing before us. So effectively, issues related to the potential use, you may or may not have questions or comments about that, but that's actually not what's before us. It is only the vacation petition, not any broader issues. So while I'll grant some latitude around what you talk about, keep in mind that the only thing that we're going to be paying attention to are issues around any negative impact from the vacation petition itself. And Mr. Warner, help me and advise them and me if I missed anything around that, or if these are the most helpful ground rules for folks.
No, nothing else to add, Chair Shapiro. You're correct that the issue of the use, as Ms. Connor noted, and you did as well, is not relevant to a decision as to whether to vacate a road that had been dedicated to the public in the past, which is all you're considering in this hearing.
Okay, all right, so thank you. Thanks for that. So all those who I've mentioned, I'm going to swear you all in. For those on the line and for those who I can see, don't have to be seen, but if all of you can raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right, consider yourselves under oath. I'll go through the list in the order that I have. Again, we'll have a clock up on there that'll give you up to 3 minutes. I would encourage you to keep it as germane as possible for us, if there's any concerns about the impact of the vacation request, not what use can be there, but I won't be too hard about that. I just, again, will be clear that the only thing we're paying attention to is issues related to the vacation request. Vacation petition, I should say. So with that, I'll start from the list at the top. I've asked everybody to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. Thank you all. And we will start with Robert Steele. Mr. Steele.
Good morning. My name is
Good morning, sir. Identify yourself. For each of you, just affirm that you've been sworn in and then state your name and address for the record, and then we'll start the clock.
Well, yes, I've been sworn in. My name is Mr. Steele. I'm a resident of Manchester Estate. And what my question is, number one, is has this thing been approved? If I hear it's been approved, it has not been approved. So has this project been approved?
Are you talking about the solar use?
I don't have.
Yes. Are you talking about the solar use?
Yes, I'm talking about the solar use. I don't have my VA hearing aids yet, so I'm going to speak a little louder.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Steele. So the question is, has the solar use been approved? I'm going to provide a little bit of latitude here, even though this is not an opportunity for a whole lot of questions and answers. But Mr. Steele, respectfully, Ms. Connor or Ms. Vatendost?
Yeah, in regard to the mandatory referral, there was for the solar, the planning board provided a recommendation in that case, but the applicant for that would need to proceed to permitting for final approval.
All right, so Mr. Steele, since the approval, as it were, of the solar is what's called a mandatory referral, which means we don't really approve it or not approve it. We make a recommendation to the applicant of what we think could be done to improve the process, because that's actually, it's difficult as it may make sense to understand. We don't approve those even though we hear them. So that has gone through that process. And again, the only thing that is before us is the vacation petition, which is very narrow and is simply about whether or not the road can be vacated. So,
Okay.
Mr. Steele, again, you still have some time on the clock. If you have anything that you want to provide, testimony you want to provide for us.
Yeah, well, my other question is, what is the impact is this going to do on the environment there?
I can't answer anything related to the potential solar panels because, again, this is just a vacation petition. This is just about the roads. I mean, I could say the removal of the roads will have no impact on the environment, maybe a positive impact, but that's moot. That's really not what's before us. It's just the taking away of the roads is the only thing that's before us.
Okay, my other question is, I'm really concerned about the animal life back there. So,
Understood,
I know
Mr.
this
Steele.
is going to have some kind of impact on the animal life.
Again, that's related to the solar project, and don't have much to say on that because that's not what's before us, sir. Respectfully.
Now, if we have another meeting, are we going to be able to have another meeting concerning this? And if so, can we
Not
do
that,
this
no, the mandatory referral's already been is already passed. Again, I know this is going to be frustrating for all of you, but this is not something that we have any authority over. What is
Who has
before us is
authority
a
over it?
vacation petition. This body does not approve or disapprove a solar project. That is not what we do. We only make a referral. We only say what we think is good or bad about the project that should change. But at the end of the day, the state has determined that we do not approve or disapprove solar projects like this.
Well, my other question, if we have another meeting, I would like to wish we could do this someplace in person. Because this is very difficult for me, and I probably a lot of other people. You know, I'm 80-something years old with all these computers and getting online. I've had to have 3 people help me to try to get online to do this here. So can't we do this at a place of a meeting where everybody can be there and participate?
Mr. Steele, I appreciate that. And our plan is broadly, our plan is that we're going to start having meetings in person, possibly as soon as this fall. Mr. Horn, may I ask if it's possible that you or somebody from the applicant's team can reach out to Mr. Steele just so you can have a conversation with him if you haven't already, and make sure that he gets the information he needs and that he gets to be heard?
Absolutely. We'll take care of that, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Moore. All right, thank you, Mr. Steele. All right, let's move on. Mr. Steele, thank you so much, and thank you for pushing through the technology and for being here. I really appreciate
Chair
it.
Shapiro?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. David Warner, Principal Counsel. Since everyone is on the line, I thought this would be a good time just to mention that all of the materials related to the mandatory referral hearing that you're talking about are online on our website. The date of the meeting was November 9th, 2023. There's a staff report there, PowerPoint, and the video of that meeting is available to watch as well. So everybody here who has an interest in that can access that through our website.
Okay, and hopefully staff can help get that information to all who are interested in getting that information. Mr. Warner, thank you for bringing that to all of our attention. All right, we're moving on to Ms. Gaynor. I believe you're on the phone, Ms. Gaynor. And remind me that you've been sworn in, and state your name and address for the record, and you have up to 3 minutes. And if you're talking, you're on mute. Ms. Gaynor. We'll come back to you if we miss you, so don't worry about it, but I don't hear you. So let's move on. Stephanie Estrada, Ms. Estrada, I don't think you're there. Next is Ms. Beasley. I do see you, Ms. Beasley. You've been sworn in, and we have your name, your address for the record, and you have up to 3 minutes, Ms. Beasley, and take it away.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Beasley, and I am a resident of Manchester Estates at 5406 Manchester Drive. I understand that this hearing is about the vacation of this roadway. But for me and for many of the others who live in this area, well, for me, I'm opposed to it. The vacation seems to be the roadway or the entryway leading, if this gets approved, to what we all are against, which is the solar panel farm. I understand this is not this is not what you're discussing today, but this is relative to what we are concerned about, and therefore we're here. Because we do not feel that we as stakeholders in this whole community were given the opportunity to discuss it, and was well misrepresented in the presentation that was done on November 9th, where I observed where the team gave the approval for you gave the mandatory referral. I did watch that, and I did see that there was a statement that no one really had mentioned a concern from any of the stakeholders or residents in this area. You didn't have any report from that. And we feel that that's a misrepresentation because we weren't given the opportunity, we weren't made aware. And I was really pleased to see that the Mosaic Project, even though it's different than what we're doing, made efforts to reach the community. That did not happen for us. And so if we can put a stop to this road, the goal is to delay and get rid of the solar panel farm because of all the major concerns that you can imagine affect us. Yes, you talk to Parks and Planning, you talk to DPI, you talk to all of these, and you gathered the information into a report that did not include us, who actually are the residents of Manchester Estates. And it's also said that our HOA was involved. We don't have an HOA. So who did you talk to? So we are concerned that this is you were falsely informed. And we'd like to put this on hold and see if we can come back and talk about the whole situation. Thank you very much for my 3 minutes, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Beasley. Much appreciated. Next we have, we don't have Lynn Taylor, we don't have David Fuentes, and we have Ms. O'Connell, Teresa O'Connell.
Thank you for giving us this opportunity to talk with you. A lot of my opinions echo what we have already heard. My neighbors and I oppose the vacation under consideration. And one of the many reasons is that we feel that you have been given misinformation. As Mrs. Beasley just said, your decision, your staff recommendation, part of the information that they were given was that there had been a meeting with an organization called the Manchester Estates Homeowners Association, which does not now, and I have lived in Manchester Estates since 1976, never has existed. No such organization could possibly have met with them. There is now, and never has been, there is now no organization that has the authority to speak for all of us. 67 households comprise Manchester Estates. We feel that each of these householders is a stakeholder. Each of us is impacted. And one of the other main reasons, for example, we are told that there was an environmental study, but we can find no evidence of any kind of accommodation for the wildlife that lives in the area that you are going to be given access to. And the simple fact of the matter is, this, where you are going now, it has been designated as a conservation area. It teems with wildlife, including at least one endangered species. What are you going to do to accommodate them? They will be obliterated, they will be pushed out, they will die. So we see that this vacation itself as the first step in ruining the nature of a neighborhood where in the evenings, families, children ride their bikes, families walk, people jog, we stop, we say hello to each other, and we stop to admire the nature that surrounds us, the trees. And this, what you are doing will entail the cutting down of trees. Just this one talking about what we are talking about now will cut down trees. We stop to admire the trees, the deer, the groundhogs, the rabbits, the birds. This is step number one. Without the consent or even without the participation of the vast majority of the residents whose lives will be impacted, this is step one towards a very negative impact on the way that we live as a community here in Manchester Estates. So my request to you is that since we were given no notice, some people learned of this 2 days ago, we request at least that you give us some time to give you some information. Give us some time to be informed participants in this process, please. Which means we kindly delay your recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Connell. Next, we have Ms. Wiley, Estelle Wiley.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Estelle Wiley. I have been sworn in, and I live at 5511 Gunston Lane. So in reference to the vacation petition, I oppose of the vacation petition because I didn't have all the information. We just had a meeting on yesterday, and I was informed of everything that I need to know now. I actually live on Gunston Lane, so when the project comes through, I would be the closest person, and I would be the person that it would impact the most if the land or the trees are vacated on the property for the solar panel. I believe we looked at a list of all of the people that were contacted. The entire neighborhood, just like Ms. Beasley said and Ms. O'Connor said, that a lot of people were not contacted. They had names on the list from Silver Spring, Upper Marlboro, and it was a list of maybe 64 to 100 names, but it didn't include all the houses that is comprised of Manchester Estates. So I feel like the neighborhood, the entire neighborhood, was not informed of the process starting from the beginning to the end. We're at the point right now to vacate the land and the trees, but it seems to me that the project was approved. It's like we're going backwards. It seemed like the vacation of the trees should have been done first and got approval for that. Then we could have stopped. But it seems like the project is already in motion and approved. We had just got on the phone and we were talking about preserving the trees. But in our situation with this project, we're actually not preserving the trees and we're cutting the trees down. So I feel like this project should be put on hold also. And if we do have tree conservations in the woods where they want to do the roads, so we're going to abandon that and cut the trees down. Also, I'm concerned about the wildlife because it's a wide variety of animals that live in the woods. So where would they go? And I'm just not for the solar panels. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wiley. Appreciate you taking the time and making your voice heard. Next, we have April Winfrey Daniels.
Hold on.
Yep, take your time.
Good morning. Good morning. This is April Winfrey Daniels. I'm at 5406 Gunston Lane, and that's my dog. He wants me to speak on his behalf as well. My property is lot 11 that is adjacent to the proposed vacated area. I would like to state on record that I am opposed to the vacation of the plats. We learned as a result of the vacation, and I know this is not the subject, that the solar farm will be developed. And as a result of that, we are most concerned. Our area is our own private oasis. And as Terry O'Connell has mentioned, we love our trees, the animals, the fox, the deer, the rabbits. I can see them from my backyard. We know that what the impact is going to be. We're concerned about the property value impact, wildlife impact, the woodland, the conservation area, the fire drainage of the project, the mitigation. Once the noise mitigation, once the trees are cut down, the noise pollution is going to increase exponentially. Over the years, we hear a lot of the traffic from 495, from 5, but with the trees coming down as a result of the solar farm, and I acknowledge your statement that this is not about that, but as a result of the vacation of the property, with the project, there's going to be other impacts on us. And I agree with Estelle, as she has mentioned, we were not informed of the hearing that occurred in November on November 9th so that we could state our concerns as we are today. I also want to bring up two things. Prior to this project, we would receive information from Karen Thomas or her husband asking if we wanted to purchase the project, with the understanding that we could never develop on it, that it was a conservation area and it was for, to maintain wildlife. This seems to be contrary to, that statement, the pretense that they put forward. Also, I'd like to have the county revisit Manchester Estate as a historical site. This there's something in the record. There's land plat book WWW 8781-1, and there's a report on the site from 2009 that does not acknowledge this area as a historical site. But we have been in existence. These homes have been built back in the 1950s. This is 74 years later, and I think that if we were considered part of a historic preservation area, whether the plats would be vacated or not, there should not be any development that goes behind our property. My property is directly adjacent to the property that is going to be vacated. So I would greatly appreciate you disapproving the vacation of the property behind my property for the good of the Manchester Estate neighborhood. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Winfrey Daniels. I appreciate it. And last, we have your neighbor, Ms. Benita Lyons Giles, if I pronounced that right. And you've been sworn in as well, and taken away. The floor is yours.
Yes, I'm not going to repeat everything that my neighbors have already said because we're all on the same page. Basically, our concerns are for the conservation area, the wetlands, the wildlife, and the endangered species. You already know about the plans and the previously approved solar panels, so I'm not going to repeat that either. In opposition, because when I bought this house over 20 years ago, we were told that the area behind us would never be touched because it was a conservation area. And we do enjoy, seeing the wildlife come out, and we were also told that it couldn't be developed back there. So what has changed between now and 20 years ago that nothing could be developed on that property back there that you can, put something back there? That's the main thing of all of our oppositions and the major concerns of the community. Like I said, not going to take up much time because everybody has already said what I was going to say. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I see that Mr. Fuentes has raised his hand, so I think he is here now. Mr. Fuentes, are you there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay.
And
Were you sworn in, Mr. Fuentes?
Pardon me?
Were you sworn in? Did you take the oath?
I didn't, but if it is something that I have to fill it up or have something
No, I can do it right now. I can't see you, but I can hear you. But I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
That's correct. I'm agreeing.
Consider yourself under oath, Mr. Fuentes, and we'll give you up to 3 minutes to speak. If you could state your name and address for the record, and then the clock will start.
Oh, okay. Hello, my name is David Fuentes. I live in 5315 Manchester Drive, and I oppose also. I'm not agree with these solar panels that are on schedule, something like that in my neighborhood. So basically, I have lived in that area for over 8 years, and I have enjoyed the wildlife scene that everybody's been saying. And I enjoy even walking around in my neighborhood. And with this project that is being some kind of schedule or something like that, we haven't received any information or specific details on where it's going to be located. Is that something that is not being in consideration, that how it's going to be put it in? So my opposition is because I have walked even in the area. I'm not sure if the property is the PG County property, but if it is, I know that probably basically the PG board, what it's looking for is for these companies to pay even more taxes to get more income for the whole county, which is okay. But the thing is that basically you are destroying a lot of wildlife, a lot of trees, and the impact from the noise of the 495 is going to impact all of us in the area. Basically, more of the people who lives in the Gunston Lane. Now, if everyone were aware of all of this and have the specific details, we shouldn't speak at this time because we were more informed. By the way, the other thing is that the solar panels we are not getting any in reward also, because solar panels is going to sell the power to some other areas or some other neighborhood. Now, that's not a concern for me. I'm okay with what I have right now. But now the thing is, my kids, my family who lives in my house are enjoying all the area where I bought the house, because I saw the tranquility, the nice neighborhood area. Now, what you guys are doing is pushing everyone even more far from the DC area or more of the city area, because you have basically changing a lot of things. And that's all that I can say, because my time went up. But I'm opposing to all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fuentes. I appreciate it. And I'm glad we were able to get you on the line. I see Ms. Lyons Giles, you have your hands up. You had a little more time if there's something else you want to add, or what is it?
Well, Lynn Taylor, she was trying to get on the line. That's one thing I had. And also I wanted to add that some of my neighbors and I have walked back there in that area, and the area has different issues with the water. When we move here, if the trees are not there for, to help with some of the water, we would have a big issue here as well. So cutting those trees down would cause a major impact on the wetlands, the water, and all of that as well. So the tree conservation is very important to this neighborhood because of that, because some of our neighbors do have issues with water if those trees weren't there. So mainly the preserving of the area also would impact, putting a solar farm or whatever they decide to do. So that's why we're pretty much in disagreement with not being told the full truth, or being told after the fact the purpose of the vacation of the properties. We've been told after the fact what the purpose of vacating the property was. So that's what we all have the biggest issue with, not being, no one has really been honest with us about the whole thing.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So Lynn Taylor is trying to get on the line. She was on our sign-up list. Ms. Taylor, are you there? Don't see her, don't hear her.
Elise Gaynor is here.
Ms. Gaynor,
You bypassed me.
Oh, Ms. Gaynor, I'm sorry. All right. I apologize, and I'm glad you're here. Okay, take it away. You were sworn in, correct?
I was sworn in, and I am the resident of 5333 Manchester Drive, also of the Manchester Estates. I'm not sure if you all will reconsider your motion to approve this based on false information or inaccurate information, because just about all of us have not been informed. I just received a notice this week, not knowing about this approval, and also the other questions about if this solar panel is so needed, is it possible to escalate it above the trees? If it's going to cost us, our neighborhood, then it should cost them, the problem of trying to maintain a wildlife balance, and also for her to get her income off of this project that they want, to implement. But they got to consider our roads. They got to consider the neighborhoods we're living in, and the peace that we've had all these years for them to now disrupt just to put in solar panels. That's not going to help us at all. So, I mean, I'm not sure if you all can hold this at bay until everyone in the neighborhood is contacted, because, as they said again, we don't have a HOA. And I'm not sure who was standing in to, represent us as an HOA. But I ask you all to look back into the records and find out, is this information false that you all were presented with? Or where can we begin to try and get these people to hold off until we are all informed properly? So, and the impact on the neighborhood once all these trees are down, it will affect the sound barrier. And the question then would be, are they willing to offer us a wooden barrier, not wooden, but a barrier like you see going down I-95? Can we have a barrier that will kind of minimize the noise from 495? I mean, it's a lot of things you have to include, not just what this owner desires, but what we need in terms of maintaining our peace in the homes that we've lived in for so many years. So I'm just asking, how can we go about putting this on hold, let everybody in this neighborhood be informed, because somebody already mentioned that everybody outside of us has been informed except us as the homeowners. So if you can consider this as a plea to give us a chance to speak, then we can honor, their choice of wanting to make money off of this. But if they can raise it above the tree line, you know, so be it. But let's reconsider this in some sort of way.
Thank you, Ms. Gaynor. I appreciate it. And I'm glad you were able to get on. I don't see anyone else who has signed up. I know that Ms. Lynn Taylor was trying to. I don't see her on the list. Ms. Wiley, I do see your hand up. You did already speak. Is there something else quickly you want to add for us?
Yes, I wanted to just add that the home that I live in, and I've been here for 21 years, it is a water issue in the neighborhood. And a lot of these homes have 2 sump pumps in the basement. And when you have 2 sump pumps in the basement, it's saying that the houses have been built over a stream. So it's excessive water that's underneath our houses already. So if you pull out all the trees, we're just going to have a lot of water that's going to be working out sump pumps and stuff. And it's just a lot. Also, when we got on the call, I believe somebody was saying something about they were in Baltimore about 6 o'clock during the daytime. And because of the tree situation, preserving the trees and stuff, at 6 o'clock, it was like 90-some degrees. So if we move out our trees and don't preserve our trees, so we're going to have the same situation in the cool of the day. We're not going to have any coolness in the cool of the day with all the trees that are going to be removed. So that's just what
increase in electricity bill.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Wiley. Okay, at this point, I don't see anyone else who signed up to speak. I'm going to turn it over to the applicant for any rebuttal, and then close. The applicant gets the final word. So, Mr. Horn, do you have any rebuttal and close for us before we close the public hearing?
Thank you again, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I do want to say that the applicant's team is here and able to hear the concerns that were raised here today. I hesitate on a legal basis, Mr. Chairman, though, to get into the details, because again, the application here today is simply for the vacation. And again, this vacation is not for a existing road, but for a proposed road on a plat. And with all the residents and stuff that are there and all the roadway, nobody will be impacted by this vacation. And so again, the process for the vacation, and it was a minor vacation, is that the property owner here can petition, and the agencies that review whether this petition should be granted have all indicated no objections to this vacation. WSSC, DPI, DPW&T. The property is being replatted. I will say that with reference to some of the concerns that the citizens made about environmental and all, if the plans are a part of this record, they show the buffer that exists, the tree buffer that's maintained at the Beltway. They show the tree buffers that are maintained between any residential house and where the plat is to occur. The information is there. And again, otherwise we'll be going back and reviewing the mandatory referral that already took place and has already been held before this case before the planning board. So again, we are very sympathetic to the statements and stuff that were made. I do know as the applications for mandatory referrals are sent forth, that there are required meetings that not only occur, but that in some cases, the park and planning representative attends those meetings, and that perhaps was the case in this instance as well with the mandatory review. So there were meetings that occurred. But again, I don't know with reference to this case, but I do know that the applicant has spoken with people in the community, and they also signs are posted for the applications to be able to move forward, which is why this was not a minor vacation. This was a major vacation because once the signs were posted, there was statements saying that they would like to have a public hearing on the case. So again, the applicant and the property owner is not, desensitized to what they have heard here today, but they have followed the recommendations and all the rules and regulations to have this property, this particular right-of-way, unapproved right-of-way vacated on their property. And with reference to the potential use of the property, again, that case has already been adjudicated and moved forward. So I would just ask that the planning board here today approve the vacation, and we'll state that, as the applicant has done in the past, we'll continue to maintain the lines of communication with the designated community.
All right, thank you, Mr. Horn. So commissioners, before we close, yeah, Mr. Warner.
If that's the conclusion of the testimony, I would recommend that either the applicant or a staff member add into the record a confirmation that, I know Mr. Horn mentioned that the site was posted, but a lot of comments have been received about notice. I think the record should contain some kind of confirmation that the mailed notice that's required for a major vacation was also done.
Ms. Connor,
so I'd suggest we add that. Someone comment on that.
Yes, that's correct. When the site was posted, and this again is a minor petition that was appealed to the board, and that's why it's before the board today. So we did receive notices from the community previously, and that's how this is coming before you today. And we were aware of that, and then proceeded to elevate this to the planning board rather than administrative review. So the site was posted 30 days prior to the hearing. With a minor, it's typically posted for 10 days. Since this was coming to a public hearing, it's posted for 30 days, and there was a notice to the parties of record sent out at the same time.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask a clarifying question for, I guess, Ms. Connor and Ms. Thank you. There were also several comments with regards to either a non-existent HOA or not. I know that we typically send communications out to HOAs. If in fact there is no HOA in this community, who would the mailing go to, or how would that be handled? I think that would be helpful for folks who testified to hear.
So in regard to the mailing for this, there was no mailing to an HOA. I believe those references were to statements possibly made by the applicant that the citizens were referring to in the case of the mandatory referral.
And I thank you for that. It's not germane to this case, but while we are here talking about it, I think there is some value in for the public to hear that we want to verify this issue around an HOA that may not have existed, that we or somebody was in communication with. Again, it's not pertinent to this case, but I'm still curious about that, and I want to make sure that we're, researching that in some way, shape, or form.
I agree, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
If I could add to that, I can provide some information. So, first of all, for the mailed notice, as Ms. Connor mentioned, the requirement is that the mailed notice go to all parties of record, which can be an entity or an individual if they sign up. The notice also goes to all owners of adjoining across the street from, same block as, general vicinity of the land. So there's that notice goes out as well. And then every municipality within 1 mile. So that's the requirement, and has been attested to. Those mailings were done. I looked back, and again, not germane to this hearing, but if you do go back to our November 9th mandatory referral hearing, there's a lot of discussion in that staff report about the community meetings. There's a reference to an HOA. So at the time, it was understood that the applicant had met with an HOA. It's not germane now, but that might be what the referral is to. I don't know who that HOA was, et cetera, but there is a lot of discussion about community meetings in our November 9th hearing. And then I'll just add one other thing, since there's a lot of testimony about trees, tree removal, et cetera. Not germane to this hearing, but this project is very much required to comply with different law, subtitle 25 of the code, which deals with both woodland and wildlife conservation. And there are approvals that this project has to obtain to comply with that requirement, which involves trees, tree removal, wildlife conservation, that kind of thing. So that's not germane to this hearing, but it's certainly not being ignored either.
So I've got a question, Mr. Warner. So it would be interesting, and I know it's not germane to this hearing, but I would be interested to know who was the HOA that was notified for the mandatory referral.
I'd leave that up to
I imagine the applicant may be able to help us with that in continuing it's not germane to our case, but we're curious about it. I don't know, Mr. Horn, if you can get us that information or get the community that information. I think it would help clear the air a bit.
I would do my best, Mr. Chair. I don't, I would have to go back and look and see, as Mr. Warner mentioned, I don't have a present recollection of it, but I do know that the applicant would probably have some information, and I'd go back in the files and look and see what, and sometimes, it would, a meeting with the group may have been referred to as an HOA. It's the only thing I can think of, but again, I don't have a present recollection of the November hearings or any meetings or anything prior to that. So I'd have to go back and look at the file, and I'd have to work with the applicant to try to figure out who that meeting was with and when. I just don't have that information.
If I can interrupt, the applicant has not met with anyone in Manchester Estates or contacted them.
So I need to ask you to hold off because we're past the public hearing part. I appreciate it though. And we are trying to get to the bottom of this to figure out what meetings were held. Again, though, it's as frustrating as this is, it's not germane to this case before us. But I think we're all curious about what the communications were like during the mandatory referral process case that was before us back in the fall.
Chair Shapiro?
Yeah.
I just want to answer Commissioner Geraldo's question. There is substantial detail in the staff report on November 9th about a community outreach meeting in March of 2023 by the applicant, including a lot of detail about the tone of the meeting, the questions asked, who was met, a lot of existing concerns about all sorts of issues, including flooding. I mean, there's a lot of detail in that staff report. So that's where someone should go to see exactly what was discussed at this community meeting.
Okay.
And that's the best information I have. But it definitely a lot of detail in that staff report about a community meeting in March of 2023 with people in the surrounding Manchester Estates area. It does refer to an HOA as well.
So let me thank you for that. And for all of you who have spoken in the community, we hear you loud and clear. What I think would be helpful is, and I'm not sure how the best way to get this information to you all, I just want to make it easier for you to get the information from that past hearing with all the backup. So I don't know if somebody from our staff can can just reach out to somebody in the community and make sure they get that link the easiest way possible. You may already have it, but that would be helpful. It would be comforting for me to know that we're actually helping you to get that information, okay? So I'll turn to you, Ms. Donner, if you can figure that out with somebody.
Absolutely.
All right, I appreciate that. Okay, all right. So anything else, Mr. Horn? You have the final word. Anything else you want to add?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, we appreciate the discussion here this morning, and but we wanted to stay focused on what we're here for today, which is the vacation petition.
All right, thank you. With that, I will close the public hearing. And commissioners, it is to us for any deliberation and potential action. So thoughts, reactions before we consider action.
No, I would just like to thank the citizens for coming out, and I think also everyone's tolerance for the non-germane but inquiring minds want to know discussion. While we are certainly precluded from straying from our charge, we're always interested in making sure that the citizens are as informed as they possibly can be. So.
Thank you. Thanks for that. I would associate myself with those remarks for sure. All right, if there's nothing else, no further discussion, then commissioners, what's your pleasure on this item?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the findings of staff to include the technical corrections as read into the record by staff and approve VPT-2024-001 along with the conditions as outlined in staff's report.
Second.
We've got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Vice Chair Bailey. Any discussion, further discussion on the motion? The only thing I would say is I can imagine it's a frustrating process for those in the community. This is the process, though. Staff will work with you to make sure you get that information. And also perhaps staff can also help provide you with some information on any way for you to be involved with next steps. I would also say that no doubt the applicant has heard loud and clear the concerns, and I imagine those conversations will continue as well. So that's where I would leave it under discussion. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington?
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey?
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner?
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo?
I vote aye. I also want to thank the residents and encourage them and for staff to get that information for them with regards to the mandatory referral that occurred in November.
Thank you. I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Thank you, everybody, for taking the time to be here, and thank you, staff, for the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Horn.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we will move on to item 7 on our agenda. This is hold on one second. Preliminary plan of subdivision 4-23005 flats at Glen Ridge Station. We have Mr. Goldsmith, who is representing the applicant. We have Mr. Diaz-Campbell, who will give the staff presentation. This also is an evidentiary hearing. I don't believe we have anyone signed up to speak on this. We'll start with staff. Mr. Diaz-Campbell, take it away. We can't hear you.
Sorry, I hadn't started speaking yet.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, I am Eddie Diaz-Campbell, Planner 3 with Subdivision Section. Item number 7 on the agenda is the preliminary plan of subdivision for flats at Glen Ridge Station, 4-23005. The subject project proposes one parcel for mixed-use development consisting of 245 multifamily dwelling units and 1,380 square feet of office space. The application is subject to approved certificate of adequacy ADQ-2023-008. No members of the public have signed up to speak for this application. The applicant submitted one exhibit prior to the noon deadline on June 25, 2024. Applicant's Exhibit 1 includes requested revisions to the staff recommended conditions of approval. Staff is in agreement with all of the requested revisions, except the requested revision to Condition 10. Staff and the applicant have agreed to alternate language for this condition, which I'll read into the record as follows. Prior to the issuance of the first grading permit, the applicant shall provide a copy of the Approved Response Action Plan, RAP, from the Maryland Department of the Environment, MDE. Prior to issuance of the first use and occupancy permit, the applicant shall provide a copy of the Certificate of Completion from MDE, stating that the site has completed the voluntary cleanup program. Staff recommend adoption of the findings of the technical staff report, approval of Type 1 Tree Conservation Plan TCP 1-020-2023-01, approval of a variation from Section 24-122A, and approval of the preliminary plan of subdivision, subject to conditions contained in the staff report, and is modified by applicant's Exhibit 1, except for Condition 10, which should be modified as read into the record. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz-Campbell. Commissioners, if there's no questions for staff, let us turn to the applicant, Mr. Goldsmith.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Board. Wonderful to see you all. Peter Goldsmith here with the law firm of Lercher, Brewer in their Bowie office here on behalf of the applicant, which is an affiliate of Dominium. Here on the call with me are Terry Sween, the Vice President and Project Partner with Dominium, Ken Dunn, the Vice President and General Manager of Soltez, and Jeff Ratnow with Site Insight. But they're here just to answer questions. If the board has any questions, want to first thank Mr. Diaz-Campbell, your environmental planning section, and your legal team who met with us and worked to refine some of the various conditions to ensure that the project remains in compliance with all subdivision regulations, but also so that it won't get held up in the multi-agency review of the development. And so just to orient the board, the Flats at Glen Ridge Station is adjacent to the Glen Ridge Purple Line Station, which is the station immediately after New Carrollton on the corner of Annapolis Road and Veterans Parkway. In other words, it's the second stop in Prince George's County if you're heading west on the Purple Line. And it's an opportunity to provide 245 affordable housing units within walking distance of transit and a grocery store and 2 commission-owned parks, which is the West Lanham Hills Park and the Glen Ridge Community Park. And it is Dominium's first project in Maryland, and thankfully it's in Prince George's County. And this preliminary plan of subdivision is the second of 3 times that will be before the board, and we're very much looking forward to returning for the detailed site plan and sharing with you all the beautiful renderings of the building and the plaza when we get back before you in a couple months. But we're here today just for the preliminary plan of subdivision, which is mostly talking about lot lines and adequacy of public facilities, which has already been certified. There are a couple of environmental considerations that are part of the application that are, for the most part, under the purview of the Maryland Department of the Environment. And these were the subject of some of the proposed revisions to conditions. And as Mr. Diaz-Campbell said, we are in full agreement with staff with the revised conditions as outlined in applicant's Exhibit A, with the exception of our proposed revision, Condition 10. We were still working through the revisions with your staff at the time of the submission deadline on Tuesday. So we submitted our applicant's Exhibit A, knowing we would continue meeting with your staff and working through the language. And we did reach consensus shortly afterward, and that consensus was exactly what Mr. Diaz-Campbell read into the record. And so just very briefly, I know the board has a long agenda and has already had a long day. I'll quickly run through those conditions just to make sure you have the appropriate context. And so the first environmental consideration has to do with what apparently were 2 gas stations that had existed near the property many years ago, and those gas stations are long gone. They've been redeveloped into a Taco Bell and a 7-Eleven, and this is essentially the last remaining vacant parcel in this fully developed area. And during a subsurface evaluation of the property, it was determined that there's some residual concentrations of petroleum on the northern third of the property where the garage will be excavated. And it's my understanding that the contamination levels are so low that they would not have even had to go through the cleanup program had this been a commercial or industrial or institutional use, but this is a residential use. And so the applicant's team submitted an application to the Maryland Department of the Environment's voluntary cleanup program, which will ensure that any contaminated soil is removed and disposed of safely. The applicant has submitted a proposed response action plan to MDE for their approval, and MDE will either approve that plan or some version of it. And then after the applicant has completed the work in accordance with the response action plan, MDE will issue what is called a certificate of completion. And so revised condition 10, which Mr. Diaz-Campbell read into the record, requires the applicant to just provide staff a copy of the revised action plan, of the approved revised action plan before the grading permit is issued. And then down the line, after they've gone through the process, to provide staff with a copy of the certificate of completion later. And of course, we've agreed to do that. And staff wanted us to show the area of contamination on our plans. And because the NRI had already been approved, staff agreed to let us change that to the TCP. So that's the revision, the revised condition number 14. There's also a very small isolated wetland on the border of the property, and the purple line's retaining wall. And it's mostly located off site, but because the property is surrounded by roads and steep slopes and that retaining wall, we're asking for a little bit of relief from MDE to allow a minor impact to the wetland buffer and a small part of the wetland. So that way the building can be sited correctly with the proper infrastructure. And MDE is the one that issues the permits for the impact, but staff is asking us to provide a copy of the permit to make sure that we're in compliance before the grading permit is issued. And that's revised condition 12, and we're of course willing to do that. Revised condition 15D was just to clarify that access, they were asking to make sure that pedestrians have access to all uses, and we just wanted to make it clear that there will be access to all uses for pedestrians, but the underground parking garage is going to be, the access is just going to be internal. You have to go through the building to get the underground parking garages. That's why we changed it to internal and external, but everywhere else will be accessible. And revised condition 17, which ensures that subdivision complies with certain noise requirements. We made the revision just to make sure that it wasn't too restrictive, because we thought it could result in the elimination of certain balconies on the building, which are an important amenity to the project. And so that's why the language has been refined slightly. So those are our conditions. And again, we're very much looking forward to returning for the detailed site plan, which is all the fun stuff where we get to talk about the site layout, the architecture, and sharing with you the beautiful renderings of the building and the plaza, which I have seen, and I'm excited to present to you. So if there are no questions, we ask that the board approve the preliminary plan of subdivision application, the variation, which is related to the public utility easement and the associated tree conservation plan. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goldsmith. Appreciate it. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? And assuming we vote in the affirmative, we are looking forward to seeing the details of the detailed site plan in a few months. I may have neglected to say that this is an evidentiary hearing, but it's kind of moot because I don't think we have anyone testifying anyhow, but technically this is an evidentiary hearing. So commissioners, if there's no questions for staff or the applicant, I'll close the hearing. And any deliberation, or if not, what is your pleasure on this item?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the findings of staff and approve preliminary plan 4-23005, TCP 1-020-2023-01, variation from section 24-122A, along with the conditions as outlined in staff's report and as further modified by applicant exhibit number 1. With the exception of condition number 10, it shall be as read into the record by staff.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Commissioner Giraldo. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Goldsmith. Thank you, Mr. Diaz-Campbell. Thank you, Mr. Goldsmith, the rest of your team as well.
Thank you, commissioners.
Commissioners, do we need a break? It's 5:12. Would a 10-minute break help at this point?
Yes.
Yeah. So why don't we start up again at 5 after 12?
Okay.
Thank you.
Folks, we are in recess until then. You hear me and see me? Okay, good.
Better.
All right, thanks, folks. Apologize for the delay. We're back from recess. We just completed item 7 on our agenda. We're now on item 8. This is a preliminary plan of subdivision 4-22014 Hill Road property. This case was continued from the planning board meeting of May 2nd, 2024. We have Mr. Howard representing the applicant. We have Mr. Diaz-Campbell giving the staff presentation. This is an evidentiary hearing. I believe we have a number of folks signed up to speak. We'll swear them in at the appropriate time. And with that, I will turn to Mr. Diaz-Campbell for the staff presentation.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, I'm Eddie Diaz-Campbell, Planner 3 with the subdivision section. Item number 8 on the agenda is the preliminary plan of subdivision for the Hill Road property, 4-22014. This case was continued from the planning board hearing date of May 2nd, 2024 to today. The subject project proposes 2 parcels and 1 outlot for development of 8,574 square feet of commercial development. The application is subject to approved certificate of adequacy ADQ-2022-015. Before I begin, as a matter of housekeeping, there are 4 exhibits in the additional backup for this case. Applicant's Exhibit 1 and Opponent's Exhibit 1 were submitted prior to the planning board hearing date of May 2nd, 2024, and are, respectively, the applicant's request for continuance and a letter opposing approval of the preliminary plan from the Greater Capital Heights Improvement Corporation, or GCHIC. Applicant's Exhibit 2 and Opponent's Exhibit 2 were submitted for today's hearing, prior to the noon deadline on June 25th, 2024, and are, respectively, the applicant's response to the corporation's prior letter and a letter from the Prince George's Sierra Club opposing approval of the preliminary plan. Next slide. The site is located in the central part of Prince George's County within Planning Area 72 and Council District 7. Next slide, please. More specifically, the site is located in the northwest quadrant of the intersection of Maryland 214 and Hill Road. Next slide, please. The zoning map shows that the site is in the Residential Multifamily 20, or RMF 20 zone, and the Residential Single Family Attached, or RSFA zone. Land to the east and south of the property is in the Commercial, General, and Office zone, while land to the north and west is in the RMF 20 zone. The current zoning notwithstanding, this application was submitted for review under the prior zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations, and therefore the application was reviewed according to the standards of the prior multifamily medium-density residential condominium, or R18C zone, and the townhouse, or RT zone, in which the property was located prior to April 1st, 2022. Next slide, please. The overlay map shows that the property is in the Military Installation Overlay, or MIO zone for height. The preliminary plan was reviewed according to the standards of the prior Military Installation Overlay zone that was in effect prior to April 1st, 2022. Next slide, please. The site map shows that the site slopes moderately downward to the north. The site will be graded to make way for the proposed development. Next slide, please. The master plan right-of-way map shows that the site has frontage on Maryland 214, a master plan arterial road, and on Hill Road, a master plan collector road. Appropriate right-of-way dedication for Maryland 214 was required with this preliminary plan. Next slide, please. This bird's eye view shows that the northern portion of the property is wooded, while the southern portion contains a single-family detached dwelling, outbuildings, and paving. All existing site features are proposed to be removed. The land east of the property beyond Hill Road is vacant and wooded, while the land south of the property beyond Maryland 214 contains commercial and townhouse development. There is additional commercial development west of the site, and the property north of the site is owned by the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, WMATA. This slide also shows the existing parcels which comprise the site, which include parcels 179, 184, 185, and 354. The next slide will show the proposed parcels and outlot. During the review of the preliminary plan, staff received a phone call from the former owner of parcel 179, who opposed the development on the grounds that when they sold their land to the current property owner, they intended to sell only 2.1 acres of land. Yet the current property owner obtained ownership over the entirety of parcel 179, approximately 13 acres. This dispute is not over current ownership of the parcel, but rather over the proceedings leading to the sale of the property. Therefore, the dispute is a private matter that should not be adjudicated by the planning board, and it is not germane to approval of the preliminary plan. All 4 of the existing parcels are currently fully owned by owners who are party to the application. Next slide, please. The preliminary plan shows 2 proposed parcels and 1 outlot, outlined in red. Existing public rights-of-way are shown in blue. Proposed access points to the property are shown by the black arrows. The parcels are proposed for commercial development, while the outlot is proposed to be conveyed to WMATA. Water and sewage facilities are available to serve the subject site. The applicant has requested a variation to Section 24-121A3 of the subdivision regulations to allow direct vehicular access to Maryland 214, an arterial roadway. Staff recommend approval of this variation request as discussed in the transportation finding of the technical staff report. Staff received 2 letters of objection to the proposed preliminary plan. The first, from the GCHIC, states that Prince George's County Council Bill CB-63-2019, approved in November 2019 to allow a food and beverage store with a gas station in the prior R18C and R8T zones under certain circumstances, constitutes unlawful spot zoning, and it also states that the preliminary plan does not conform to the applicable master plan. The second letter, from the Prince George Sierra Club, states that the project will be detrimental to nearby communities because it will increase their exposure to carcinogenic air pollution, and it will put the land to a less valuable use than the higher density residential is zoned for. It also objects to approval of the applicant's requested variance to remove a specimen tree. I will address the first letter on this slide and the second letter on the next slide. With this preliminary plan of subdivision and the associated certificate of adequacy, staff evaluated the proposed uses on the subject property, which include a food and beverage store with a gas station on Parcel 1, and a permitted commercial use under the zoning on Parcel 2, which may alternately be an eating and drinking establishment with drive-through service. A food and beverage store with a gas station is a permitted use in the prior R18C and RT zones under certain circumstances, based on CB-63-2019. An eating and drinking establishment with drive-through service is a permitted use in the RMF20 zone under the current zoning ordinance, and the applicant may elect to use the current ordinance with a future application for development on Parcel 2. With this application, however, staff's evaluation of the proposed uses was limited to the necessary findings for approval of a preliminary plan, including master plan conformance, and the findings necessary to establish that adequate public facilities would be available to serve the site under the certificate of adequacy. Neither the preliminary plan nor the certificate of adequacy approved the applicant's proposed uses. Rather, approval of the preliminary plan would approve 8,574 square feet of commercial development, which may be any commercial uses permitted under the zoning, assuming the findings and conditions of the preliminary plan and certificate of adequacy remain met. Approval of the specific uses proposed by the applicant will occur at the time of detailed site plan and permitting, when staff will evaluate whether the proposed uses meet all of the relevant requirements of the zoning ordinance needed to permit the uses. The objections raised by the GCHIC to CB-63-2019 are not germane to approval of the preliminary plan because the preliminary plan does not approve any uses, and because CB-63-2019 has already been approved and is not the subject of the current application. With regard to the issues raised by the GCHIC related to master plan conformance, the 2010 Subregion 4 Master Plan recommends medium to high density residential land uses on the subject property. However, staff found that, pursuant to Section 24-121A5 of the prior subdivision regulations, events have occurred to render the land use recommendation of the master plan no longer applicable. These events include the legislative amendment of the prior zoning ordinance by CB-63-2019 and the zoning of the property which allows certain commercial uses. Next slide, please. This application is subject to the Woodland Conservation Ordinance, and a Type 1 tree conservation plan was submitted with the application. The TCB1 proposes that the woodland conservation requirement be met with a fee in lieu for 1.91 acres. Staff are recommending that the woodland conservation requirement instead be met with off-site woodland mitigation credits. There is no primary management area on site. A request for a variance from Section 25-122B1G was submitted for the removal of one specimen tree, which will be discussed further. With regard to the Sierra Club's objections to to the proposed commercial instead of residential use of the property. The reasons objections to the use are not germane to approval of the preliminary plan of subdivision were discussed on the previous slide. The Sierra Club further stated that a new gas station should not be approved because it is not in alignment with the county's climate action plan due to the plan's prioritization of electric vehicles, and that the gas station would not be needed to ensure adequate public facilities and services. However, a gas station is permitted under the zoning as previously discussed, and the certificate of adequacy evaluated what public facilities and services are needed to serve the site, not how a gas station would itself act as a public facility or service. Certificates of adequacy do not evaluate whether a proposed privately owned use will be needed to serve the surrounding community. With regard to the club's objections to the air pollution that would be generated by the gas station, air pollution is under the purview of the Prince George's County Health Department and regulated through Subtitle 19, Division 1 of the Prince George's County Code. The requirements of the zoning ordinance do not specifically regulate air pollution generated by gas stations. The policies of the master plan do state that air pollution should be reduced by placing a high priority on transit-oriented development. However, as stated in the staff report, air quality is a regional issue that is being addressed by the Council of Governments, and so air quality is not a point of master plan policy conformance for individual developments. With regard to the Sierra Club's objection to the requested variance for removal of a specimen tree, the provided letter does not articulate any specific reasons the variance should be denied. Staff found that the criteria of Section 25-119D for removal of the specimen tree were met, as detailed in the staff report. Staff generally found that the tree is in a location integral to the developable portion of the site, and that not granting the variance would prevent the site from being developed in a functional and efficient manner. Next slide, please. In conclusion, subdivision staff recommend that the planning board adopt the findings and approve preliminary plan of subdivision 4-22014 Hill Road property, Type 1 Tree Conservation Plan TCP 1-005-2024, a variance from Section 25-122 B1G, and a variation from Section 24-121A3, subject to the conditions contained in the staff report. The applicant has indicated that they agree with all the staff recommended conditions of approval. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz-Campbell. Commissioners, any questions for staff at this point? No questions. Let us turn to the applicant, Mr. Haller. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Thomas Haller on behalf of the applicant in this preliminary plan of subdivision application. I just want to note at the outset, we do have a couple members of our development team that are on the line. We have a representative of the ownership group, Mr. Richard Alter, who is here, as well as a representative from the engineering firm of CPJ, Andrew Funch, as well as our land planner, Mr. Mark Ferguson. The application that's before you today, from a purely technical standpoint, is relatively straightforward in that it is a two-lot subdivision, as was noted by staff. The property is somewhat more unique than you can tell from the aerial photograph that's before you, in that directly behind the property, staff mentioned that there was property owned by the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, but that property is actually an underground tunnel. And so the property has a literal physical barrier to being able to be expanded in size to build a larger development. So what you see is really a property that is located directly at the corner, with the main frontage being on Central Avenue, which is an arterial roadway, and then another, the eastern boundary of the property fronts on Hill Road, which is a collector roadway. And as staff noted, only 2 points of access are proposed, which will be shared by the two lots, one on Hill Road, and then a shared right in, right out on Central Avenue. So as I said, while the project is relatively straightforward, there have been concerns raised or discussions raised with regard to the development. And I wanted to provide a little bit of contextual background to the planning board just to understand kind of how we got to this point in the process. As staff noted and as the chairman noted, this property was originally proposed for to be heard on May 2nd. And we asked that the case be continued until today because we were having continued meetings with the Central Coalition, who the planning board knows well and who has been in front of the planning board for many, many years. I did provide a supplemental document into the record that provides a more extensive background, but just to provide, again, the board a little bit of context in terms of the history. We actually started working with the coalition 5 years ago. Staff mentioned that there was a piece of legislation, CB 63 2019, that has been referenced in the record. The background of that conversation was that there is an existing 7-Eleven store on the south side of Central Avenue, right at the corner of Central Avenue and Shady Glen Drive. Shady Glen Drive is south of Central Avenue. Hill Road is on the north side of Central Avenue. And that store was constructed in or about 1970. So it's been there for almost 55 years. At the time that store was constructed, Central Avenue was a 2-lane road, and Shady Glen Drive was a 2-lane road. And I'm sorry to say that I remember when both of those roads were 2-lane roads. But having said that, there has been a lot that has occurred over the last 50 years. The Central Avenue in front of that 7-Eleven is now 7 lanes, Shady Glen in front of the store is also 7 lanes. And then across the street to the east, across Shady Glen Drive, is a new fire station, which has been constructed. And one of the issues which has come up over the years is that the 7-Eleven simply does not have enough land to be able to function efficiently and safely, given what has been built around it. And so as an example of that, when a truck wants to make a delivery to the 7-Eleven, there's no room on site to do that. And they literally park in the road in order to load the 7-Eleven, which creates safety issues for both the fire station, but just for citizens in general trying to maneuver around trucks that are coming into to the neighborhood. And so my client, Mr. Richard Alter, who has an extensive development history in Prince George's County with Mannequin Development Corporation, has had a relationship with 7-Eleven for many years and done other stores with them. And the opportunity arose to potentially move the 7-Eleven from where they are currently across the street to the subject property. And so we approached the coalition, the Central Coalition, back in 2019 and proposed that to them and said, would you be willing to support a legislation that would facilitate that relocation? Because that is what would be needed in order to do that. And the coalition supported that legislation. That legislation was ultimately adopted in 2019. Unfortunately, it took more time to get to the planning board with that application. An event called COVID intervened. And so it took a couple of years for us to get back to the planning board. And we were actually scheduled for a site plan hearing back in 2022. But because of the time that it occurred, there were some additional issues that had come up that the community had concerns about. And so we placed that application on hold and have continued to work with the coalition since that time to try to address legitimate concerns that they have. And there are a couple of representatives of the coalition who are on the line today. But I wanted to note that there is a couple of the issues that the coalition has raised that Mr. Alter has agreed to address. So one of the issues that they have raised, and again, a very legitimate issue, is if the 7-Eleven relocates from where it currently is across the street, what's going to backfill that 7-Eleven? There are a whole list of uses that they do not want in that location that they believe would be detrimental to the community. And so one of the things that Mr. Alter has committed to do is to work with 7-Eleven to extend that lease a minimum of 5 years and to backfill that property with a use that the coalition supports and approves. And we have made a commitment to them that we will do that to make sure that something doesn't backfill that property that is detrimental to the community. The other thing that the coalition has asked about is, and as is noted in the staff report, this subdivision creates 2 lots. So there is room on the property for a second use. And so they've asked, well, what's going to occupy the second lot on this property if the 7-Eleven relocates across the street? And Mr. Alter has committed to the coalition to make them a partner in selecting who that second use is. We've had expressions of interest, for example, in a medical use, which we fully support because this is quite frankly, a healthcare desert in this area of the county. And so we are going to work with them on the type of use that would locate on that second property. As staff noted, under the new ordinance, the property is in the RMF 20 zone, that second lot, and there is a whole list of commercial uses that are permitted, including medical uses and offices and various other uses. So not only will we work with them to make sure that a use doesn't go there that they have a problem with, we're going to make sure that we select a use that they are in support of and feel benefit the community. So this effort that you see before you, although it's taken a number of couple of years to get here, is part of a broader effort to do more than just build a 7-Eleven on this corner. And so I wanted the board to have that perspective, because I think that it's important for the board to be aware of that. And so I would like to, and I know Mr. Chairman would have to have him sworn in, but Mr. Alter is on the line and did want to briefly address the board with regard to his efforts and his commitment to work with the community on this project.
Of course. Mr. Alter, you are there?
I'm here.
All right, let me swear you in very quickly. Please raise your right hand.
My hand's up.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, consider yourself under oath. If you could introduce yourself for the record, and the floor is yours per your attorney.
All right, thank you. My name is Richard Alter, and residence at 300 International Drive, Baltimore, Maryland. And since, from Tom's perspective, the merit of the uses are more likely to occur and probably occur when we deal with the site plan approval. But I wanted to comment mainly on communication and my history. Tom said we've been in the county working for multiple years. I think it's over 30 years. We built the giant shopping center down on Berry and Indian Head. We were the initial developers for the Goulds of Conterra before the Goulds formed their own entity to do development. We joint ventured with COP and the University of Maryland, a office park adjacent to NOAA in College Park. And all of those involved community involvements. And most recently, we are part of the development team of National Capital Business Park, which was the rezoning of a 450-acre residential tract north of Leland Road and west of Collington. And in that effort, which also required a text amendment to be able to do what we did, I'd say that we had, give or take, 15 to 20 community meetings with people along the road, with Bowie folks, with folks to the south of us. So we have clearly worked hard to be in front of the community, to hear their interests and understand what they want and what they've done. I know that, in a perfect world, you'd love to see maybe a multi-story high-rise. However, this is a relocation of a piece of junk across the street that will continue to, harm the community and harm the neighborhood. But again, I'll just reiterate that the history is that we talk and communicate with people. And frankly, when we got the text amendment in 2019, which I can't give you the letters that refer to it, the community was approached then to, in fact, let us know if they would be supportive of it. Because frankly, if they had been not been supportive of it, we probably would not have sort of tried to force the text amendment down anybody's throat. But they understood what we were doing. They thought they would benefit from it, and they supported, I think, without any opposition, the full text amendment in 2019. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have now or later, but this has been a long morning already, so I'll defer back to Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Alter. Mr. Haller.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Richard, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing him the opportunity to speak. I'm not going to speak much further. I do want to note Mr. Diaz-Campbell gave you a very good overview of the issues. We concur generally with their response. The only thing that I would note is that we did submit into the record some additional land planning analysis from Mr. Ferguson, who did a real deep dive into the master plan, into the general plan, and provided additional context. For purposes of the subdivision, I think staff's analysis of section 24-121A5 is sufficient. I think when we get to the time of detailed site plan, additional evaluation can be done. But at this point in time, we concur with all of the staff's recommended conditions. As staff noted, we have no proposed revisions. And at this point, I'm going to give others who have signed up to speak the opportunity to comment on the application, and then I'll be happy to come back afterwards and address any other issues as needed.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Appreciate it. Commissioners, any questions at this point for the applicant or members of the applicant's team? Seeing none, we'll go to our speakers list. I have Mr. Edwards. Very good to see you. Hold off for a second. I'm just going to go through to see who we have here first. I have Mr. Edwards. I have Ms. Gingold. I see you on the list. I think you're online.
I'm here.
Okay, excellent. Ms. Queen, I saw you as well. Yep, there you are. And Letitia Coleman. Ms. Coleman, are you there? Okay. Anyone I missed? Okay, so let us work with the three of you. I'm going to swear all three of you in. Ms. Queen, you have somebody else. Can both of you raise your right hands? There we go. As well as Mr. Edwards and Ms. Gingold, do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I saw yeses. Okay, all sworn in. I'm going to go in the order that I described up front. So we'll start with you, Mr. Edwards. If you could introduce yourself for the record, and we'll put 3 minutes on the clock. You can take up to that time. And introduce yourself, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Shapiro, Ms. Bailey. Yes, we have known each other for many, many years. For the record, my name is Douglas Edwards. I live at 708 Quarry Avenue in Capitol Heights, Maryland. I've been a resident of Prince George's County now for over 60 years. One of the founding members of the coalition that is some 55 years old. I'm here today to testify for the Wilburn community in support of 4-2214, the 711 at Hill Road. As we all know, west of 495 has gone neglected for over 40 years, in spite of numerous promises. And finally, we have an opportunity to raise the bar, not to where we want it, but to raise it with the firehouse that we worked on for 10 years, Freddie Dawkins, Margaret White, and Abe Davis, and a bunch of us have worked on those projects many, many years. And we finally have the firehouse, and we recently anticipated the Glenwood Hill project, which will also complement this project that we are here on today. So we would certainly appreciate the support of the planning board to move forward with the approval of this project for today. Although we haven't reached as far as we want to go, which is all the way to the district line, we're moving, even if it's at a snail pace. But I do believe that some of these projects that we are now faced with will help us to get to where we want to go much sooner. Thank you, and I look for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Let me just say too, thank you for all of your leadership over so many years and all the ways in which you've contributed to the health and welfare of the county. Much appreciated. We'll turn to Ms. Queen, Belinda Queen and company. Ms. Queen, we lost you.
I'm sorry, can you come back? My battery's going low. I'm trying to plug my computer in.
Okay, we can hear you now and we can see you now.
I'm sorry, my battery is going low. I'm trying to plug my computer in. Can you come back to me? Is there somebody else I need to speak?
Yeah, sure. We'll put you on hold for a second. So we'll switch to Ms. Gingold. Just want to make sure I'm missing anybody else. Ms. Gingold, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can't see you. I can hear you. You don't need to be on camera, but I can only hear you.
That's weird because I turned on my camera. Okay. Yes, I'm sworn in, and my name is Janet Gingold. I live at 13107 Whiteholm Drive, Upper Marlboro, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Prince George's County Sierra Club. As a grassroots environmental advocacy organization, the local Prince George's County group of the Sierra Club has an interest in county policy and land use decisions that affect the health of the local environment.
Ms. Gingold, hold on one sec. Do you need a few more minutes? Would it be helpful if I gave you 5 minutes instead?
That'd be great.
Okay, let's do that. Take a breath. You can start again.
Okay. Sorry. So the Prince George's Sierra Club has an interest in county policy and land use decisions that affect the health of the local environment and impact the health and welfare of county residents. We have a particular interest in how land use decisions impact air quality, climate change, community resilience, health disparities, and environmental justice. We oppose the building of a new gas station at the intersection of Hill Road and Central Avenue and urge the planning board not to approve application PPS 4-22014. This project would expose nearby residents to carcinogenic air pollution, adding to their already increased risk of adverse health outcomes. The project also takes valuable land near 2 Blue Line metro stations that is zoned for higher density residential use and puts it to far less valuable use, creating a missed opportunity to make progress towards transit-oriented development and state and county climate goals. Regarding health and environmental justice, the community near the proposed gas station is already overburdened from pollution sources. It's located along a major thoroughfare, Central Avenue, and thus experiences higher levels of particulate matter, ozone, and air toxic pollutions. According to the EPA's environmental justice screening tool, the cancer risk from air toxics in the census tracts containing the proposed gas station and the 3 that are directly adjacent, the cancer risk from air toxics are between the 84th and 93rd percentiles nationally. The staff report fails to address the cumulative impacts of air pollution on this community that is already experiencing some of the worst health outcomes in the county. With the known hazards of air pollution from gas stations and without dispersion air quality modeling to show where air quality impacts would occur, it's hard to accept the argument that the effect of the land use change would be generally to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the public. Another gas station will exacerbate the pollution impacts in this already overburdened community, given that gas stations produce air toxic emissions such as benzene. The staff report also does not address the potential impacts of the underground gasoline storage tanks, including potential spills and leaks on soil and water resources and also on the nearby underground metro tunnel. You heard earlier in today's meeting about the need to continually examine what the after effects of gas stations are on soil and water resources long after they're vacated. And that is something that should be considered before you build a new one. And around the issue of climate planning, in 2022, the Maryland General Assembly passed the Climate Solutions Now Act, and this was allowed to become law by Governor Larry Hogan. The Climate Solutions Now Act sets a date of net zero emissions in Maryland for 2045. And the Prince George's County Council further cemented this goal by passing the resolution to adopt the Climate Action Plan in 2022. And then in 2023, the state of Maryland adopted the Advanced Clean Car Rules, number 2, which would ban the sales of new gasoline cars in Maryland after 2035. Just this June, new federal fuel economy standards were finalized, making the gasoline cars that will come onto the market even more efficient, further depressing the need for gasoline. A rapid transition away from gasoline-powered vehicles is underway. And as our county transitions to electric vehicles and alternate modes of transportation, the demand for gasoline will decrease sharply over the next 2 decades. The staff report does not evaluate this project's alignment with the county's climate action plan, particularly with regard to the priority recommendations for accelerating the deployment of electric vehicles and the project's likely effects on greenhouse gas emissions. With the life expectancy of the underground storage tanks averaging about 30 years, the market for gasoline is likely to be gone before the end of life of the underground storage tanks. Our state and county governments have made it clear that it's time to change course and accelerate our transition away from fossil fuels. Even in the short term, we see no evidence of community need for a new gas station. Maps show other gas stations within a mile of the site in either direction. Building more fossil fuel infrastructure there just doesn't make sense. This land is currently zoned RMF 20, RSFA, and it is within walking distance of both Morgan Boulevard and the Addison Road metro stations, as well as bus transit along Central Avenue. It's part of the Blue Line corridor, which our county executive has envisioned as bikeable, walkable, amenity-rich communities centered around transit hubs with access to workforce housing for our residents. Currently, we have a housing shortage. Housing near transit is a priority. Surely wise planning would put this piece of land to better use than a gas station, which is unneeded, soon to be obsolete, and a source of harmful pollution. Please do not approve PPS 422014 for the Hill Road property. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kingo. I appreciate you taking the time as always. Next, we have Ms. Queen. You plugged in? You ready to go?
Yes, I am. I'm ready to go. I'm plugged in.
We don't have to see you on. Oh, there you are. Okay, great. All right.
Yeah. Just keep trying to grab it. I'm on grandma duty.
We'll put the clock on for you. 3 minutes on the clock. We do. The reason why I gave a little flexibility to Ms. Kingold, it is our practice to allow folks who represent organizations to have a bit more time.
Okay, I'm representing the organization.
So, Ms. Queen, if you want 5 minutes on the clock, you can have that as well. And Mr. Edwards, if you
I'm
want,
gonna need 5 minutes, but I'm fine. Okay. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Greetings, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Prince George's County Planning Board. I am here to speak on behalf of the members of the Central Coalition of Prince George's County, where we represent over 20 organizations locally, Central Prince George's County, and we represent also the ones who are not members, but we do represent them. We want to express our vote. We took a vote of support for the proposed development project of 4-22014 Hill Road. The coalition has done a vote on whether to support this project. That does not line up with our recent Form 2020 coalition principal placemakers we have just recently put in place. But since we've been working with the 7-Eleven project since 2019, as already stated, over 5 years, we felt that it was best for us to follow through on our commitment of being a just community partner. We truly want to see change in our community. We have set principal placemakers in 2022 and hope for a more viable community that builds along our main boulevard stores high development with mixed use. We realize that this is a start to the relocation of the current antiquated deactivated store. And with this vision, we saw it can be achieved as we keep working to refine the site plan. As already stated, we will partner with them to work on making sure we define the further site plan. We have had a long-standing effort to raise the bar in Central Prince George's County. The coalition as an organization has been around for over 50 years. The development of a more modern 7-Eleven convenience store with EVD charging station is already noted about things going and charging with electric. This 7-Eleven will have that. It will be improvement for quality of life of our local residents who are ready and on the go. Also, with ready and available healthy food options for them. Moreover, this commitment to seek a community desired tenant to the old site ensures that this project will truly be a step forward in a revitalization of our area. When we are encouraged that the developer has proactively engaged the community throughout the planning process. They have consistently sought our opinion, our feedback, our input. They have demonstrated a generous willingness to create a project that aligns with our community values. Even when we tried to get the gas stations pumped in the back, they did say they did try, and we believe them on that. In conclusion, we are in favor of the planning board approving with conditions of the variance requested for 4-2201 for Hill Road property. Thank you in advance for your time and your consideration on this project. President Queen.
Thank you, Ms. Queen. And the little one held on right to the end. That was great.
Yes, it did.
All right, we have no one else who has signed up to speak on this unless I've missed anybody. Mr. Edwards,
Mr. Chair,
yeah,
I do see Letitia Coleman.
I read her name out, but she didn't respond. I didn't see her.
Sorry.
Okay. That's all right. Ms. Coleman? No. Mr. Edwards, I don't want to shortchange you. If you do need a little more time, I'm happy to give it to you.
Well, certainly, I appreciate that. But Belinda, I know her as Ms. Queen as well. But I have nothing to add. Anything that I would have said, she said for me. So there's no point in me holding the planning board up, but just move out of the way. I too, though, would like to, because I did hear Mr. Steele before. I had the hardest time in the world of getting hooked up so I could get on today. We old folk, I'm 87 now. Ms. Pilmington, I met Ms. Bailey. I go back to the old days. So you see, I'm still living in some of the past and trying to keep up with the future, but this electronic stuff is just out of my reach. So it takes a little time to get on, but thank you all for this opportunity anyway, with the help of those who assisted me in getting on. I thank you as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the kind words. Okay, with that, I will now turn back to the applicant, Mr. Haller, for any rebuttal, and then close. You will have the final word. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I only have a couple of follow-up items. The first thing that I wanted to say is that Reverend Edwards does not look 87 years old, and Ms. Queen does not look like a grandmother. So I do want to start with those comments. But I just want to close by saying, as you can see, this has been an ongoing effort, and it's not over yet. We have work to do with the community. We have work to do on the site plan. We want to bring something to the community and to the planning board that you're proud of, and we want to bring uses to this area that benefit the community. And my client has made a commitment to continue to do that, and so we appreciate their support, and we commit to the planning board to continue to work with them as well as with you to make this the best development possible.
Thank you, Mr. Haller. We do have one additional speaker. Is that Mr. Jacobs?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. So let me just, from a process perspective, we'll hear from Mr. Jacobs, and then Mr. Haller, we will give you another opportunity for any rebuttal and close, just in case. So you will have the last word. Mr. Jacobs, were you sworn in?
I was. I put my right hand up. I've been listening to you for the last 3 hours, Mr. Chairman.
Excellent, sir. Excellent. I feel for you. I apologize.
Not a problem at all. Ms. Elliott,
if you could introduce yourself for the record, and we'll put 3 minutes on the clock and take it away. The floor is yours.
Okay, David Jacobs, 334 Shady Glen Road, and I want to apologize to you all for jumping in like this. I kind of panicked, and I'm probably having some of the technical challenges that some of the other speakers had, so I want to apologize off the top. This 7-Eleven is a warranted and welcome addition to the community. Let me just talk about some of the day-to-day activities that go on over there. A place that's been there 5 decades, and it's had some of the erosions that you probably would expect. At this point, there's disrepair going on within the location, ongoing panhandling. I'm just being very candid. poor parking, urination on the grounds, fighting, death, and just poor lighting. It's just been an awful situation all the way across the board. And I'm really, really looking forward to and hoping. I have relatives and family members up and down the corridor of Shady Glen and Hill Road, up to the tune of around 9+ folks. And at this point, a new addition with lighting, different opportunity, better products will go a long ways toward upgrading the community. Besides which, I've also had some discussions with Impact One Church and Pastor Wilder. He's on board along with his congregation, who'll be coming there on a regular basis to kind of pick up various items, just snacks, lunch items, things along those lines. And I really, really believe this will be a wonderful addition to the community. And for the record, just for everybody else's edification, you don't normally get chances like this to get a new, fresh facelift, to bring something to the community that could coordinate everybody across the board. I really, really hope, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members, that you all can give strong consideration in supporting this effort. Mr. Alter and Mr. Howell, I believe I have the names correctly. They did a wonderful job in terms of presenting where things were, and I just wanted to put another perspective on this effort to make sure that everybody knew all the way across the board what kind of opportunity we had to move forward. I strongly, strongly urge any support that you all could pass. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs, and thanks for your patience with us all day today. I'm glad you were able to get on. All right, so with that, I will now turn back to Mr. Haller to follow our process. Mr. Haller, you do have the last word. Anything else you want to add under rebuttal or close, or are we okay?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. No, I have nothing more to add or nothing more to add to my close. Thank you.
Okay. All right, commissioners, any questions before I close the hearing? Any questions for the applicant or staff or any of the other folks who spoke? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing, and it is to us for any deliberations, if there is any. If not, what is your pleasure on this item?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the findings of staff and approve preliminary plan 4-22014, TCP 1-005-2024, variance to section 25-122B1G, and variation from section 24-121A3, along with the conditions as outlined in staff's report.
Second.
We've got a motion by Commissioner Washington. We have 3 seconds, I think, on this one. A second by Commissioner Giraldo. Any discussion? The only thing I'd say is I appreciate everyone taking the time to speak on this. I share the concerns that Ms. Bingo had as well, related to climate action and the environment. But first and foremost, I think the applicant has clearly met the requirements related to adequacy and et cetera, for a preliminary plan. But I know, like we all do, I know this area quite well, and I have no doubt that this will be a significant improvement for the community, which the community deserves. So I am happily going to support this when the time comes. Ms. Bailey, you have something to add as well?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a few comments to thank some folk I've known for a very, very, very long time, Mr. Edwards, Ms. Queen, and also Mr. Jacobs. And it's good to see all of you, and it's good to see that we're all still very much involved and continue the work. And that is, of course, District 7 that I know very, very well. And I know this area also very well. And while I understand the concerns expressed by one of the citizens, I also know a difference in that spot would really enhance the community as well. So thanks for coming down, and it's good to see all of you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this item? If not, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
I vote aye. Thank you.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Thanks to all of you for your participation on all sides. And thank you, Mr. Haller, as well. Okay, we are on item 9 on our agenda. This is DSP 23009, Project Turtle. Mr. Haller, is again representing the applicant. Mr. Huang is going to give the staff presentation. This is an evidentiary hearing. I see Ms. Bader, amongst others. When the time comes, we'll swear you in. I will start with the staff presentation. Mr. Huang.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Let me do the sound check. Can you hear me?
We can hear you fine, yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and member of Planning Board. For the record, I'm Emery Huang with Urban Design Section. An item before you is a detailed site plan DSP-23009 for Project Turtle. This application proposes to construct one mixed-use building with 299 multi-family dwelling units and 15,903 square feet of ground floor commercial retail space. As a matter of housekeeping, the applicant has provided a revised conditions memorandum titled Applicant's Exhibit 1 prior to the June 25th noon deadline. Staff have reviewed the revised conditions and are in agreement with the proposed changes. Staff also received one exhibit from the City of the College Park before the deadline titled Government Exhibit 1, which is also included in pages 27 and 28 of the technical staff report. Based on the findings presented in the technical staff report, staff recommend that the planning board approves detailed site plan DSP-23009, subject to the recommended condition of approval within the technical staff report and the revised conditions by the applicant's Exhibit 1. This concludes staff presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. Commissioners, any questions for staff before we turn to the applicant? Don't see any. We will hear from Mr. Haller to take it away. See if you want to introduce any members of your team as appropriate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, once again, Thomas Haller on behalf of the applicant, LV Collective. I do have one member of our team signed up to speak, Ms. Haley Carpenter with Bowler Engineering. We do have other members of the team that are on, but I don't believe that they are eligible to speak. We have Andre Sahakian and Chris Johnson, who are with the applicant, the ownership team, and as well as Mr. Matt Lamb with our architect. But the board will remember this project was before you a couple of months ago, back in April, with the preliminary plan of subdivision. This is the old Campus Village shopping center that's proposed for an exciting mixed-use redevelopment project. I would like to thank Mr. Wang, as well as all the other members of your staff, DPI, and the City of College Park. This is a complicated site. It's an existing development site. It's got impacts from floodplain that have required a rather unique and complicated design process. LV has owned the property for about 2 years now, and it's just now getting to the approval stage because of all of the engineering issues. But it has ultimately resulted in a very exciting project that we are very happy with. Two things that I would like to highlight for the board. The first is that the property will have an elevated pedestrian promenade along the front of the building, which is intended to expand the pedestrian zone along US 1 and provide an opportunity for the public to interact with the project, to utilize restaurants and the retail that will be located on the ground floor of this project. And that will be a really exciting addition. The first floor promenade will be accessible through a public use easement being granted to the City of College Park. And we're really excited about the opportunity to provide that additional pedestrian space. The other thing that I wanted to note, and I wanted to thank Maxine Gross, as well as the Lakeland Community Heritage Project. I don't believe Maxine is on the hearing today, but they have been great community partners, and we've been working with them since LV first got involved to try to honor the rich history of the Lakeland community. If I could ask staff to go to slide 15 of the presentation. There we go. As was discussed in the staff report, there is approximately 2,200 square feet of the building which is being allocated for the Lakeland the community center, the Lakeland Legacy Center. This portion of the building will face the Lakeland community and will be available for not only for meetings, but also to house the history of the Lakeland community and include a library so that people in the community can come and understand the history of the community. But it will also be an opportunity for people that have lived in this building over the years to be able to understand more about the history of Lakeland, as well as and to celebrate its history. So this is another exciting component of the project that we're happy to be able to offer as part of this project. It's really a truly unique opportunity to give back to the community, and we're very excited to do that. As Mr. Wang noted, we do support the staff's recommended conditions with a couple of minor revisions that are in applicant's exhibit number 1. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about those conditions. But we are truly excited about this project and are so grateful to everybody who have assisted us in getting it to this point. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Haller. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, just 2 questions real quick. One, so when you were here in April or whenever it was before, I had asked about a crosswalk over Route 1. And I think you've got one there, but on the south side, not like right where Vigilante is, but actually closer to probably where the town hall area is. So I just wanted to clarify if you do have that going across Route 1. And then the other question, I was just wondering if you could provide any detail on the mural that you're intending on having on the building.
Sure. So on the crosswalk, yes, we have it at the southwest corner of the property. That is where there's a traffic signal, and that's where all of our entrances are to the building for the student entrance, which will provide the safest and most direct means of crossing Route 1. Obviously, Route 1 is under construction right now, and so that will be part of that project. There's also a bike lane being constructed along Route 1 as well. But the goal of the design of the site was to make that southwestern corner of the building where people would be able to cross Route 1 most safely. So yes, that is included in the design. And then the other thing on the mural, on the south part of the south facade of the building, there is which fronts on Melbourne Place. We've allocated space for a mural. As you know, the City of College Park encourages all projects to do a public art feature. And so one of what we are working on and what we're hoping to do is we'd like to create a mural that, again, further honors the Lakeland community, but we need to work out the details of what that mural will be, what it will look like with them, as well as with the City of College Park, in order to provide for it to be constructed. And so we did have that is included in our covenant with the City of College Park. And so we will continue to work with them to create that mural and to implement it as the project is constructed.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we will turn to our speakers list. Ms. Bader, we have you. I see you. You want to have something you want to bring to us? And is there anyone else from the City of College Park who will be speaking as well?
Yes, I'll be the one speaking for College Park.
All right, let me swear you in. If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, consider yourself under oath and take it away.
Okay, good afternoon, Planning Board Chairman and Planning Board members. My name is Miriam Bader, and I am the Director of Planning and Community Development for the City of College Park. The City of College Park Council met on June 11th, and they voted unanimously to support approval with conditions of detailed site plan 23009 Project Turtle. And we also recommend supporting the requested departures from the Development District Standards and the Alternative Development District Standards. The applicant was very cooperative and easy to work with. We are really happy about the Lakeland Legacy Center. We're really excited about that. In addition, they have signed a declaration of covenants with the city. So that's where we've incorporated all of our conditions. So again, the city does support this application.
Thank you, Ms. Bader. Thank you as always. Your involvement, the city's involvement, always helps to improve these projects. So thanks so much for all that diligence. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Bader, City of College Park?
Yeah, I have just one small question. Mr. Heller had mentioned the bike lane that's going to be on Route 1, and I assume, Ms. Bader, that you're probably in on the conversations with SHA. The sector plan has intended a 6.5 or 6.5 foot bike lane there, but I think it's only being proposed to have 5 feet. And I was just wondering why we switched back to the 5 feet instead of the 6.5.
Yeah, and that's just SHA. It doesn't, you know, that was the SHA plan. So the SHA plan doesn't mesh that well with the sector plan. Like they wanted a separate. They want the sector plan wanted it to be a, what did they call it? Where it would be off the road. What did they call it? I just forgot the name of it. But they have a separate one. What's it called?
Cycle track.
Yeah, that's it. Cycle track. Sorry. Yeah. So the sector plan calls for a cycle track, but SHA wanted it on the road bike lane, and SHA wins because it's their highway.
Okay, fair enough. I figured you'd know, so I wanted to ask.
Yeah. Yeah. SHA is their own independent body, and you know we can't really influence them that much.
Okay, as long as we get it, then I'll be happy to see it
Right.
in place eventually.
So wait, Ms. Bader, you're saying SHA doesn't do what you tell them to do?
Correct.
Okay. Just clarifying.
Yeah, they have their own plans.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions for City of College Park or for the applicant or for staff? Mr. Haller, I will give you the final word if there's any rebuttal, which I imagine there is not, and any close.
Mr. Chairman, there's no rebuttal. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Okay. If there are no questions for anybody, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, what is your pleasure on this item?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the findings of staff and approve the modification of development district standards listed in the staff's report, items 1A through K, in addition to approving DSP-23009, subject to the conditions as outlined in staff's report and is further modified by applicant exhibit number 1.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Commissioner Dorner. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will call. Yes, discussion.
I was just going to mention I appreciate all the efforts on the crosswalks and pedestrian safety in that area. Shortly after we had the initial case a few months ago, I was up there bike riding through there, and I went on the road and just kind of riding down and checking it out and stuff. And I think that's going to be great to have a lot more of the pedestrian safety and multimodal transit in there. And I look forward to seeing additional kind of improvements in that area. I'm probably going to be bike riding up there in 2.5, 3 hours from now, as long as everything goes fine today. So I'm up there a lot, and I'm really happy to see much better safety for people who are walking, biking, and just using that area. There's a lot of great commercial spots that are coming in around there. We're losing some of the ones that I kind of liked before, but hopefully we get some nice ones in there as well down the road. So please continue to keep pushing multimodal transit and just safety in that area, so it continues to be a really nice place to be.
Thank you. Well said. I associate myself with those remarks. I also want to highlight, just recognize the helpfulness of the collaboration with the Lakeland community and Maxine Gross and others, and City of College Park's role with that, and the commitment to the piece of this that is part of the restorative justice efforts related to Lakeland and urban renewal and all that. It's wonderful to see, and it's nice to see a bricks and mortar piece of that as well. So I just want to recognize that for the record. If there's no further discussion, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo, I think, has stepped away for a bit. Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. All right, we'll now move on to item 10 on our agenda. This is a departure from design standards TDS 23002, one leg up pets. We have Mr. Goldsmith who's representing the applicant. We have Ms. Gomez who's going to be giving us the staff presentation. Wait, is it Mr. Tedesco or Mr. Goldsmith? I'm sorry, Mr. Goldsmith. Okay, thank you. My notes are confused. This is an evidentiary hearing. I'll be swearing folks in as necessary. I believe we do have folks who are signed up to speak on this one. So we will start with staff. Ms. Natalia Gomez Rojas. Take it away, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Making a quick sound check.
Yes, we can hear you fine. Thanks for checking.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Board. For the record, I'm Natalia Gomez with the zoning section. Item 10, DDS-23002 for one leg up pets. It's an application that is limited to requesting approval for a departure from the design standards from surfacing, markings, and connection to street. The applicant also requests alternative compliance from the requirements of Section 4.7, buffering incompatible uses, and Section 4.9, sustainable landscape requirements of the landscape manual. This application has been reviewed and evaluated in accordance with the prior zoning ordinance. Next slide, please. So this property is located in Council District 1 and Planning Area 60 in the northern portion of the county. Next slide, please. The property is currently zoned rural residential, and residential rural, and the prior zoning was also residential rural. Next slide, please. So the subject property is located on Greencastle Road, approximately 400 feet from west from its intersection with Berkel Drive. This map shows that the subject site is relatively flat and is gradually raised from the northwest corner to the southeast corner. Next slide, please. The right-of-way map shows that the subject property's proximity to Greencastle Road to the north and its proximity to Maryland 200 to the south. Next slide, please. This aerial view shows the subject property, which is densely forested, and it's currently improved with a single-family detached dwelling unit and an accessory structure. The property is bounded to the east, west, and north by single-family detached dwellings, and to the south it is the right-of-way of Maryland 200. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the first request for departure, which is surfacing, in which the applicant proposes to improve the driveway and parking area with gravel where appropriate to ensure that dust is limited without repaving any area and with impervious asphalt. Next slide, please. The second departure is from Makins, which is because due to the proposed gravel driveway and parking area, it may not be possible to provide permanent markings to delineate the parking spaces. Next slide, please. The third departure is from Connection to Street, in which the applicant proposes to retain the existing gravel driveway that extends south from Greencastle Road towards the central portion of the property and connects to the existing single-family dwelling and parking area on the site. As shown, there are minor modifications that include adding a gravel pull-off area for bypass space in the entrance of the property. This is to allow more than one vehicle to circulate without obstruction. Next slide, please. The landscape plan has been shifted. This is for legibility purposes. In this case, the north is facing towards the right. The plan shows that this plan shows the existing plantings and the plantings proposed by the applicant, which fulfills the requirements from Section 4.2, requirements for landscape strips along the streets, and Section 4.6, buffering residential development from streets. As I mentioned earlier, the applicant is requesting alternative compliance from the requirements of Section 4.7, which is buffering incompatible uses for the western and the eastern property lines highlighted in red. The applicant is also proposing to install a 6-foot high fence along the property boundary to provide enhanced screening. To enhance the required buffering, staff requested additional evergreen shrubs immediately adjacent to the dog boarding structure and to the neighborhooding single detached homes. In addition, the applicant requested alternative compliance from section 4.9, which is sustainable landscape requirements. This is to retain an existing section of bamboo in the middle of the eastern portion of the property. In this case, it's in the bottom of your screen. This is in fulfillment of section 4.7. The bamboo area is highlighted in green, and it will provide a dense screen from the proposed use from the adjacent single-family detached dwelling. Next slide, please. So, as a housekeeping, prior to the Tuesday noon deadline, the applicant provided an exhibit withdrawing the departure from section 27-566. This is parking facilities for the physically handicapped. And in the same exhibit, the applicant requested to revise condition 2E and the removal of condition 3. The exhibit has been included in the additional backup, and the staff is in agreement with the applicant's request and will address in the resolution. I'm almost done. So in addition, staff attended the neighborhood meeting on April 19, 2024, and received calls and emails from nearby residents inquiring about the proposed kennel and expressing their concerns regarding a commercial use happening in a residential area. So to address these questions, the staff explained that the kennel is a permitted use in the residential rural zone, and that this application is limited to request a departure from certain development standards to allow a development that is consistent with the zone by preserving the wooded area and residential character of the site. Lastly, other comment that I received in opposition is related to the installation of a 22-feet impervious driveway, in which staff clarified that one of the departure was intended to maintain the existing driveway with a minor expansion of the driveway using gravel at the property's entrance. So with this, the zoning section recommends the planning board adopt the findings of the technical staff report and approve DDS-23002, NAC 23013 with the conditions found in the report and as revised by the applicant exhibit. This concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. So I was not rushing you on. I was actually trying to shush my dogs. Ironically, they're having a reaction to the proceedings here. So thank you for the staff presentation. Commissioners, any questions for staff at this point?
Just a quick question, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Gomez, if I missed it, my apologies. But did you support the concurrence of the adjustments in applicant exhibit number 1 to the findings? You did mention your concurrence with the revisions to the conditions, but I don't know that I heard you indicate.
Yes, we are in agreement with the removal of the request for a departure from the handicap space.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for staff at this point?
I have one question. Is the current driveway or the area where the cars go, is that currently gravel?
Correct. It is currently gravel.
And so am I understanding that what they're going to do is they're going to put asphalt and then put gravel on top of it to stop the dust?
No, it will stay the same. There are minor additions where they are also going to put gravel, but the ideal is to preserve the site and intervene as minimal as possible. So ideally, it will just stay gravel.
So where they're going to put the gravel, is it asphalt there now?
No, it is just a wooded. It's not wooded. It's actually just the entrance that is. I believe it's just grass.
Oh, it's just grass. So has there been any consideration, if you know, by the applicant to put pervious pavers there for purposes of which could serve the purpose as well as the owner could get a credit from the county for putting down pervious.
So ideally, the applicant is intending to make the minimum changes to the site just to preserve the wooded and rural residential character of the site. Ideally, it's also to just maintain the character and not make big changes to it. I think I already mentioned that. And just to keep it as minimal, not to create additional disturbance that has to deal with stormwater management requirements. But I believe the applicant can address this question in more detail.
Thank you so much. I'll ask the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, let us turn to the applicant. Mr. Goldsmith, take it away. Introduce your team as you see fit. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Board. Nice to be back for this afternoon session, which I know is an extension of your really long morning session. I am Peter Goldsmith with the law firm of Lurch, Early & Brewer in their Bowie office here on behalf of the applicant, One Leg Up Pets. Want to, at the outset, thank Ms. Gomez for her assistance with shepherding this application. I know the application has garnered some interest from the neighborhood, and Ms. Gomez was a resource to the community. And as she mentioned, she took time, she was a little modest here. She took time out of one of her Friday evenings to help coordinate, attend, and serve as a neutral at a second voluntary community meeting at Ms. Leone's house, which we held in her family room and invited all the community over. And Ms. Leone, who's on the call today, is the founder and managing member of One Leg Up Pets. Also on the call are Eamon Curley, who's an engineer with Phoenix Noise and Vibration, and Victoria Ballestero is a civil engineer and head of ATCS's Largo office. I do plan to call Ms. Leone, Mr. Curley, and Ms. Ballestero as part of our case. I appreciate that the board has had a long day and a long agenda, and I believe that just a more formal witness examination will streamline the testimony here, keep things on track, and build the record that I think is necessary. But I promise to move as expeditiously as possible.
Would you like me to swear them in now?
Sure. Yes, please.
All right. So for the three of you, if you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And there was a third one too, Mr. Goldsmith?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Consider yourselves under oath, and Mr. Goldsmith, you can manage the process as you see fit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I promised one day that I would bring Commissioner Giraldo a dog case, but this application is before the board is more of a driveway case than anything. However, we do understand that the underlying concerns from the neighborhood are about the use, and which is permitted under the prior zoning ordinance, as Ms. Gomez said. So, as Ms. Gomez explained, there were essentially there's really kind of 5 components of this application, but now there are 4. Most of the requests have to do with retaining the very long gravel driveway, which is hundreds of feet in length, and we want to retain it in as close to the current condition as possible. And that's mainly why we just want to retain it, not pave it with impervious pavers, just because it's over 400 feet in length, and we're trying to just keep it would be out of character, I think, if with the neighborhood if we did that. So we're just trying to keep the conditions as in the same conditions as they are right now as much as possible. And so doing so will avoid doubling the width of the driveway, cutting down a whole bunch of mature trees, and just installing an enormous impervious asphalt surface that would be completely out of character of the neighborhood. And based on Ms. Leone's business model, she'll have I will call her and she will explain this. I think doing so is completely unnecessary. And so, although these requests are technical in nature, because of the concerns of the neighborhood, I'm going to just provide a little more context to the board before I call the witnesses. And so, Ms. Leone's company is One Leg Up Pets, and she obviously has a sense of humor. But she purchased the property in 2022, and the reason was to move her very popular small dog business from Montgomery County to Prince George's County, where the zoning allowed the use, and she no longer had to lease any space. And many years ago, I've been told by the neighbors the property was actually used as a kennel and a boarding facility. Although this business model is very different than what was proposed, although we're going to retain and use the existing structures that are there. And because Ms. Leone lives at the property, she can monitor the business, but she's not allowed to have the small boarding component of the property within her home. So there's going to be a separate building that already exists, and she will use that facility as the boarding facility and upgrade it in order to mitigate all the sound. And those upgrades will include the installation of installation and other noise mitigating measures. The second component, the second of two components, involves her care for her client's dogs during the daytime hours. And the business model does.
Ms. Goldsmith, hold on one sec, and maybe this is a question for you, Mr. Warner, as well. The more you get into issues related to the use, which I think is not primarily what's before us here, I'm wondering what we're opening the door to here. And Mr. Warner, I mean, help me, what feels appropriate? I mean, we would caution the opposition not to bring up issues related to use too much, because that's not what's before us.
I'm more talking, just trying to set this, Mr. Chair, I'm just more trying to set the stage of where these buildings are located, because they are related to the alternative compliance, and just and the reason for the alternative compliance, because we're trying to retain the existing buildings, which I'll explain are within the certain setbacks as part of as a part of alternative compliance. Anything that I'm mentioning about the use is just for context here.
Okay.
And that's it. And we know that the use is not before the board.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And you know, some of the noise mitigating measures I think are appropriate, because we do have to address some of the purposes of the zoning ordinance here. And so I think some of that discussion is somewhat relevant. And so I'm just going to so the second component here is for a client's for her client's dogs during the daytime hours. And the business model is it doesn't involve her clients coming and going to her property. Rather, she has approximately 3 vans that pick up the dogs from their homes and drop them off at the end of the session, resulting in very minimal traffic impact. And so that's why we think it's appropriate not to have to resurface this driveway in compliance with some of the commercial requirements. And so there's just typically a handful of sessions during the day, and therefore not a constant flow of vans coming and going. And all dogs that are part of the daycare component will typically be gone by the end of the day. And so we initially had 4 departure requests, and now we're only asking for 3. The first one is the section, as Ms. Gomez said, 27554. It says, all parking lots shall be serviced in a manner as to be dust-free. I mean, strictly speaking, I don't know how that's possible. I don't know how anybody could comply with that, but what we're proposing is to just resurface the existing gravel driveway with more gravel where appropriate, to ensure that dust is limited without having to repave this enormous surface. 27561 requires parking spaces to be striped, and because we're just retaining it as a gravel driveway, we don't think that's necessary, and it's just her own employees that are going to be parking there, so it's not necessary. And 27563, which I think is the big one and most important departure request, essentially would require Ms. Leone to install a 20-foot wide driveway that would be 400 feet long and cut down trees. And right now it's just about 10 feet wide at a variable length. For the purposes of site visibility and access to Greencastle Road off our property, in case for some reason there are 2 vehicles coming and going, we're going to, which I think would be rare. The proposal is to expand the driveway 22 feet wide for the first 35 feet. That's what staff is asking us to do, just for safety reasons, but then retain it. And then it'll taper off and remain the way it is, except for a small pull-off area in the middle of the driveway, which staff is asking us to include here in case for some reason there's 2 vehicles on the driveway at the same time going in different directions. The fourth request was to 27566, which we've withdrawn, which was we were trying to avoid having to install an asphalt paved ADA compliant space, which because of the business model we didn't think was necessary, but under section 27-235-01C, the code won't allow the board to grant that departure unless we get an exemption from the appropriate agency, which in this case is DPI, and DPI has already opined that they're not going to give us the exemption. So we'll just move forward with that and install the ADA compliant space in accordance with what DPI requires. And I think that actually simplifies the request here. And then the final request is for alternative compliance, which for the most part, well, it has several components, but for the most part is based on the existing location of the house and the boarding facility structure, which are within the setbacks set forth in the landscape manual, and retaining the driveway, which is currently in the buffer yard. And we obviously don't want to move any of those structures or driveway. And we're also not able to meet the minimum landscape yard to buffer the neighbor's properties. But as an alternative, we are proposing a 6-foot high opaque fence along the entirety of the western property line and almost along the entire property of the eastern property line, except the area where the dense bamboo is, which was in existence before Ms. Leone purchased the property. And the alternative compliance requests includes not removing that invasive bamboo because it's already there. It's really dense and provides it's an imperfect buffer, but it does offer a buffer. And if we were to remove it, it would require extensive work there, in addition possibly requiring applying chemicals to the bamboo, which is not what we want to do when there's going to be dogs running around the property, although it wouldn't be in that area, and also the disturbance could put the applicant over the threshold for stormwater management and forest conservation, which we don't think is necessary here. So we have agreed to a condition to install a root barrier near the boarding facility to prevent the spread of the bamboo into the area where the dogs will be located. And that is the language for revised condition 2E and set forth in applicant's exhibit A. And I think everybody's in agreement there. So there's, as part of the alternative compliance, there's also various plantings that staff is requiring for additional buffering, and we're in complete agreement with staff's recommendations for that. But finally, we do appreciate the community's concerns, and this application is a request under the prior zoning ordinance, and neighborhood meetings aren't required. Ms. Leone held 2 neighborhood meetings in her living room. The first was on February 1st, 2024, which wasn't well attended. Only one neighbor attended, but the second was very well attended. And the meeting, as Ms. Gomez mentioned, was on Friday, April 19th at 7 p.m. I and Ms. Ballestero also attended for a presentation of the plans and to answer any questions. We handed out our contact information, make sure everybody had it. Ms. Gomez was there representing the planning department as a neutral, and Ms. Leone shared about her business and allowed everybody to stay in her living room until all questions were answered. And so the community voiced their concerns, but Ms. Leone made sure they had her contact information and they knew who she was. And the main concern, I think, is about the noise, and so which is related to this application. And so I'm going to first, before we call Ms. Leone, to kind of give a background of the business and what and why the departures I think are required. I'm going to call Mr. Curley first, just to make sure everybody realizes how serious we are about noise mitigation here, and just ask him a few questions just to make sure the board and the neighborhood have as much information about the noise mitigating measures as possible. I can stop there for a second before I call Mr. Curley.
Commissioners, any questions before we hear from Mr. Curley related to noise mitigation? Nope, take it away.
Okay, Mr. Curley, would you please state your name and occupation for the record?
Sure, my name is Eamon Curley. I'm an acoustical engineer.
Okay, and for whom do you work?
Phoenix Noise Vibration in Frederick, Maryland.
And did you prepare a report for One Leg Up Pets?
I did, yes.
And is that the report applicant's exhibit B?
Yes.
And so I'm just going to ask you a few questions about the report. So on page 1, which is page 7 of the board's additional backup, you state that One Leg Up Pets will comply with Prince George's County residential maximum daytime allowable noise level of 60 dBA at neighboring residential property lines with additional mitigation. So I want to ask you about that additional mitigation. Is that all right?
Sure.
Okay, so you mentioned that there are two noise mitigation measures that the applicant is taking. The first is an 8-foot wall, and this is in addition to the 6-foot site-type perimeter fence. Could you please explain how the 8-foot wall around the two dog run areas will be constructed and how they will ensure that the applicant's business complies with the county's maximum daytime allowable noise level?
Yes, so there are a few different options for a noise barrier. One tried and true method is a double-sided board and batten wooden fence that does not have gaps, whether in between the battens or at the bottom of the fence. And as long as that fence is built according to the detail in our report and at a height of 8 feet, the dog run areas will comply with the 60 dBA county limit.
Okay, and then the second mitigating measure will be to what is referred to as the shed in your report, which is actually the large structure on the property that will be used as a boarding facility. Could you explain what mitigating measures are proposed for the shed or that boarding facility?
Yes, the existing structure of the shed is plywood and wood studs, and our proposed exterior wall construction in the report is composed of that existing structure, the plywood and the wood studs, and in addition, fiberglass bat in that cavity, resilient channel, and 2 layers of gypsum board on that side. And that wall partition, the proposed wall partition, has an STC rating or sound transmission classification rating of 55. And for reference, a wall with just wood studs and 1 layer of gypsum board on each side that's probably around for most of us right now has an STC rating of somewhere from 30 to 35 STC. So this is a significant upgrade to a standard wall.
Okay, thank you. And could you explain to the board what the exhibits in the report show? And those exhibits are pages 15 to 18 in the board's additional backup.
Yes, 1 second. So the first figure, the end of our report, the drawing number 1, that's straight out of the computer noise modeling software that we use to model noise, called Cadna, and that's what we use for most jobs at Phoenix. It takes into account different things like topography, significant structures that affect how noise is propagated throughout a site. But this is what that comes from, and our CAD technician made it look a little more presentable and pretty. So right there are several dogs modeled at the site within the dog run areas, and the dotted line there is the 8-foot noise barrier that's been proposed, and there are multiple noise contours representing what that dog noise will be throughout the site, and the shading in between those it also represents noise levels on that site. But the 60 dBA limit, the county limit, is the light blue contour on that drawing, and the light blue shading is anywhere from 60 to 65 dBA. So this drawing represents that the mitigation option that was chosen by the applicant will maintain noise levels, dog barking noise levels, at 60 dBA at the surrounding property lines.
Mr. Curley, hold on 1 sec. And Mr. Goldsmith, I think for the public's purpose, if we can do this quickly, it might be helpful to pull the slide up so we can all see what Mr. Curley is referring to. Is that going to be easy to do?
It's not going to be easy for me to do quickly, but I don't know if your team has.
What slide it is, our team could probably go to it.
It's pages 15 to 18 in the board's additional backup.
If we take a second for this, it might help the conversation with all sides.
Okay, yeah. So,
Okay.
yeah, this is the drawing.
Ms. Curley, if you could just briefly, but re-summarize with this in front of us.
Sure. So this is the output made a little more formal from our noise computer model that was created for the site that takes into effect topography and other structures that might influence how noise moves over that property. But shown here are several dogs barking within the dog run areas, and the 8-foot noise barrier is represented by a dotted line around each of those areas. And each of these colors, each colored contour represents a different noise level from that dog barking noise. The county limit of 60 dBA is the outermost one, or that light blue line. And as you can see here, it is within the property lines of the property, so it's in compliance. And the second drawing 2, if you can move on to that, please. This is the second mitigation option that was presented within the report, but the applicant will be using the first. This is basically the same thing, but that noise barrier is where the site fence would have been. So this also is in compliance at those neighboring residential property lines. But yeah, drawing 1 is the one that will be used moving forward. And if you please go to the next one. And this is a detail of that noise barrier, just to show that, yeah, it has to be a double-sided wooden fence. And the other important variables are the height of it, which has to be 8 feet. And there cannot be any gaps in between the battens or in between the ground and the noise barrier. Next one, please. And this is a detail of the proposed exterior wall construction of the shed, the boarding area, which is an upgrade from the existing wall partition. It just shows how to correctly install resilient channel and all the layers of that wall, continue, including the 2 layers of gypsum board.
Thank you, Mr. Curley. I don't have any more questions for Mr. Curley.
Any further questions, commissioners, for Mr. Curley? Thank you.
Okay, just to give the board additional context about the operation, which I think is relevant, just to demonstrate that the driveway isn't necessary. It's not necessary to provide an enormous commercial driveway. I'll call Ms. Leone.
Hello.
I do thank the board for your patience. I know we're taking a long time here, so I'm going to try to move through this quickly. So, Ms. Leone, please state your name and address for the record.
Kristen Leone, 4717 Greencastle Road, Laurel, Maryland, 20707.
And what do you do for a living?
I have a small business called One Leg Up Pets.
And how long have you owned and operated One Leg Up Pets?
I started as, it was very humble origins as a dog walker back in 2003, and then it looked more like a business in 2007, and then was LLC'd in 2018. So I would say 21 years.
And there are 2 components to your business, correct? A boarding component and a daycare component?
Correct. Should I elaborate on the daycare part of it?
We can get to that in a moment,
Okay.
if that's okay. Where do you currently operate?
So we're at 505 Sligo Avenue in downtown Silver Spring.
Okay, and why did you choose to move your small business to Prince George's County in this location?
So, they're leaving. We were there for several years. We lived next to an apartment complex. Everyone seemed to really enjoy watching the dogs play and everything. But at one point, there was somebody who worked the graveyard shift, and they would go to sleep at 2 p.m. and then they called and complained about us. When the county came out, they informed me that I would need to get an occupancy permit. The very first step was confirming I was in the right zoning, and we learned that I was not. So that was a very quick, roadblock. And so then I sought to find a place where I was able to operate the business as it's supposed to be operated in the proper zoning. And that's how I chose to be in Prince George's.
I think we're glad to have you in the county. And so for the boarding component, how many dogs do you typically board at any given time? And, you know, I understand that this may change. I understand that change, you know, during holidays and times, but just kind of a general answer.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, anywhere between, well, there's 2 dogs that the owners ended up in a nursing home. So there's always 2. So I would say between 2 and, 2 and 20 is probably average.
Okay. And do customers typically drop off and pick up the dogs for the boarding component of your business?
No, we provide transport for the majority of the dogs.
Okay. Could you elaborate a little bit about the transport?
Yeah, so the dogs that are welcome to board are part of our little crew here that come to playgroup. So it's not open to the general public, but everybody in the public is welcome to be one of our playgroup dogs, where they come out and have a social experience. And so we go around in our vans to do a pickup. It's kind of like when you went to school as a kid, school being 10 minutes away, but by the time you go around to 10 dogs, 5 minutes between each one, about an hour pickup. So we do that daily, and we rotate the dogs coming to my place. And then, and so we'll do the pickup and drop off. So if someone's going over boarding, they'll often say, just pick them up for playgroup and keep them, and bring them back on this day and drop off after playgroup. So that's pretty typical.
And, you know, for the daycare portion, that's only during the day, right? During working hours?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And and how many employees do you have?
I have 15. About half of them are for what we're talking about here today with the daycare and boarding. The other half are dog walkers. So they'll get their assignments and their keys and just go to customers' homes in the area and work.
So the dog walking component is not going to be as part of this application, right?
No.
Okay. And how many vans are you talking about?
We have 3 transport vans.
Just 3. And you know, how many trips typically during the day do your vans take?
They come, like, each van will bring a group. So definitely they'll arrive 3 times. Sometimes we'll break down the group into 2 groups if it's larger, to minimize the drive time. So then it would be 2 each times 3.
So very minimal traffic impact.
Yeah.
And so how many daycare sessions do you have during one day?
So it would be between 3 to 6.
Okay. And how many dogs typically participate in a single session?
It's kind of how many stops we can pick up in an hour. So maybe 5 minutes between each stop. So each stop would be about 10 dogs. So, I mean, I guess maybe 8 to 12, depending on if someone had 1 or 2 dogs in their home they were coming.
Okay. And what do you do to prevent, you know, the afternoon session dogs that are getting dropped off from exciting the other dogs on the earlier from the earlier session? Just trying to get comfort.
Our model is small groups rotating throughout the day, so that it's not like a daycare where everyone arrives all at once and stays all day long. So when one group is already there and another group arrives, that does create some excitement, which is why we wanted to have 2 areas so that they would kind of be indifferent to each other, because that's kind of when there's a lot of arousal, like, hey, the second group is coming, and then they come in, the first group leaves. But in that 10-minute period, we've noticed that there's some, there's a lot of animation there. So just having the 2 spots is going to greatly minimize that.
Okay. And if a dog is uncontrollable and barking incessantly, what do you typically do?
It's really not unlike having a group of children that you're taking care of at a daycare. It's like, we brought out the ice pool. We're filling up the kiddie pool. They all get excited about it. Luther likes to share. Unless his girlfriend Sandy is there, then he wants to be barking at other dogs. Or if dogs are playing, it can be very common that another dog might just do a circle around the dog, just bark like, hey, calm down. Hey, I'm great. And so we'll just put one dog in a timeout. And then after 10 or so minutes, they'll come back out and the whole thing is shifted. Now the dogs are now playing with different dogs, and that dynamic has changed. So if anything escalates to a certain, decibel level, then we just kind of interrupt that activity so that they just find something else to play with, or we'll toss.
But this is something you're constantly monitoring, correct?
Oh, it just happens all day long. Yeah, just
okay.
all day long. We're just just keeping the dogs from escalating. Well, I mean, it's not all day long. At any point, it could happen that they all kind of get riled up, and then we just kind of put someone on a timeout or have a distraction tactic to kind of get everyone doing their own thing again.
Okay, thank you. And I know the board members care about the health of dogs. This is not relevant to this application, but I'm just going to ask the question because it may come up. How do you ensure that the dogs have sufficient water?
We always just have water there. They always, I mean, all day long, they're checking the water on camera. You know, when I'm not there, I'm actually looking at it, making sure the bowls are filled so I can see that. We have a hose, and then they could just bring out a water carrier from inside and fill that up. And then indoors, when they're in there for boarding, our regular playgroup dogs that are invited for boarding, they have a raised water dish, and that's always full too. So they always have access to water 100% of the time.
Okay.
And then we also have.
And how often do you clean up after the dogs during the day?
Oh, we're refilling the water constantly. They clean the bowls are clean when they start, and then they'll, if any debris gets in from them running around, a wood chip falls in there, they'll clean that out. And then at the end of the day, everything is clean again. Also, our kiddie pool, in terms of dog safety and water and stuff like that, a more appropriate way for a dog to bring down their body temperature is by actually submerging in a kiddie pool as opposed to drinking excessive amounts of water. So we always have that going on, and that's done every day, so it's nice and fresh. Actually, we had this idea where we came up with these large bags of ice that we get from 7-Eleven and fill it up, and over the course of the day, it becomes glacier-like, and it's very refreshing, and they'll bring their body temperature down in a safe way that way.
And how do you typically contain the waste?
We have pooper scoopers, and then we have a bucket, so it's pretty straightforward. And then the throughout the day we will clean up after them, but at the very end, when everyone's home and then my employees aren't distracted, they'll do a thorough walkthrough of the entire area to make sure nothing was missed. So that is cleaned up every day. That's not a concern it hasn't been a concern for anyone in the past 20 years. Neighbors, anything.
And if your neighbors have a problem with noise or any issue whatsoever, they're welcome to contact you, right?
Yes, definitely.
And you provided everyone at the name.
Yeah, I was just saying that we exchange information at the community meeting, so I think everyone has my information, and they shared some concerns, and I think I allayed some of their concerns and invited them to call me if they had any problems.
Okay, and there was an exhibit that was submitted into the record. That appears to be an email with some of your neighbors copied on it. Did you review that?
Yes, I did.
And so in those emails, there appears to be some confusion as to about your request regarding the driveway. So again, you're not asking to install a 20-foot wide impervious driveway, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, you're asking to retain the existing driveway to the extent possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
We want to keep it just like it is for a lot of reasons, yeah.
And the emails mentioned something about One Leg Up having a rental mailbox in Montgomery County. So there's a practical reason for that, correct?
So we have a postal box so that our mailman doesn't come onto our property for obvious reasons. I'm sure Mr. Shapiro knows, he's a dog owner. We don't want the dogs to get excited about the mailman coming. So we have our mail delivered there instead.
Makes
down
sense.
the street.
And both the boarding facility and your daycare business will require a separate kennel license from the county, correct?
Yes.
And that will require mandatory inspections that will occur at least yearly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Leone. I don't have any questions for Ms. Leone.
Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Leone? All right. Mr. Goldsmith?
Okay, I will. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your indulgence. I promise to wrap this up quickly. Last witness I'm going to call Ms. Ballestero. Ms. Ballestero, please state your name and business address for the record.
I'm Victoria Ballestero, and I work in ATCS's Largo office at 9500 Medical Center Drive, Suite 370 in Largo, Maryland 20774.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a vice president and operations manager at ATCS, where I serve as a professional engineer, leading a team of land development engineers and designers.
And how long have you been a civil engineer?
I have been practicing civil engineering since 2009 and have held professional licensure as an engineer in the states of Virginia and Maryland since 2018.
Okay, and who prepared the plans for this application?
ATCS and ATCS subconsultants prepared the plans included in the application.
But they were done under your supervision?
Correct. Engineers in training and professional engineers, as well as registered landscape architects and Department of Natural Resources qualified professionals, prepared the plans under my supervision.
Okay, and there is an exhibit submitted into the record that appears to be an email from the applicant's neighbors. Did you review it?
I reviewed the exhibit of the email.
Okay, and there appears to be a concern that any improvements to the driveway will add to existing alleged stormwater runoff issues in the neighborhood. Is that true?
Yeah, so the short version is improvements proposed will not result in worsened runoff issues in the neighborhood as the improvements are de minimis. But I'd like to add a little bit on to what Ms. Gomez Rojas commented on in terms of existing conditions, and then also add some additional clarity to the line of questioning that Commissioner Giraldo had. So in existing conditions, there's an approximately 13-foot wide paved driveway entrance to the subject property that's off of Greencastle Road. The driveway entrance is located at the northeast corner of the property. The paved driveway entrance transitions into a gravel driveway that is oriented north-south parallel with the eastern property line for approximately 200 feet before the driveway turns away from the eastern property line towards the center of the property. The driveway continues for an additional 215 feet before terminating in a bulbous turnaround area adjacent to the existing one-story brick house and existing shed structure. The existing gravel driveway is between 9 and 12 feet wide for its entire length and includes approximately 5,255 square feet of impervious in existing conditions. Proposed improvements to the driveway are minimal, as has been stated several times. The improvements include widening the driveway entrance to 22 feet for a length of approximately 50 feet and widening the remaining length of the driveway to be 11 feet. Other improvements include the addition of one gravel pull-off area and one gravel drop-off area. Widening the driveway to an 11-foot minimum width results in minimal widening of 2 feet at the widest locations. In total, the driveway improvements represent approximately 1,330 square feet of impervious improvements. This is in conformance with COMAR 26170205B. Additions or modifications that include less than 5,000 square feet of disturbance are exempt from providing stormwater management. The driveway improvements in conjunction with other limited improvements on site or proposed on site represent a total land disturbance of less than that 5,000 square foot threshold. Drainage patterns in existing conditions are retained in proposed conditions. Generally, there's 4 different drainage divides that are occurring on the property. One goes straight to Greencastle Road, one goes to the front of the property, of the neighboring property, and another goes to the back of the neighboring property, and the last goes to the southern neighboring property. These are all flowing to the west. Ultimately, everything is draining to the Little Paint branch, but again, we're seeing that as we look at those 4 distinct drainage areas, the amount of impervious area in them that's being proposed relative to the size of the drainage area is really small. We also are seeing that these increases are negligible. Further vegetation on site will largely be retained, and the location of the driveway and the driveway improvements that are located on the east side of the property provide ample flow path through the vegetated areas for the limited additional discharge to hydrologically disperse and dissipate velocities. Really simply put, the improvements proposed are so minor in nature, there will not be a substantive change in the peak discharge experienced by downstream properties.
Okay, thank you. And could you, you mentioned the drop-off areas. Could you briefly explain how the drop-off areas will operate just to ensure that there's safe drop-off and pickup for the dogs?
Yeah, in collaboration with the applicant, we identified a strategy for safe drop-off and pickup of the dogs. The statement of justification submitted by the applicant's land use attorney details this, but in summary, the applicant has indicated that her business operates with 3 pickup and drop-off vans and that customers do not drop off or pick up their dogs. Vehicle trips are therefore limited to the drop-off and pickup routes of the 3 vans associated with her business operation and her personal use of the existing single-family detached residential house on the property. As designed, pickup and drop-off vans will access the property via the driveway along Greencastle Road. In the event 2 vehicles are on the driveway at the same time, a small gravel pull-off area is proposed about halfway along the driveway, so one vehicle can pull off while the other passes. An entering van can then proceed to the gravel van drop-off area accessed via the gravel driveway. The gravel drop-off area will be a small gated area within the larger of the 2 dog runs that are proposed on site. The van will open the gate to the drop-off area, drive into the drop-off area, close the gate to the drop-off area, open the gate to the dog run, and allow dogs to be picked up or dropped off from the dog run in a secure setting. Once dogs are secured in the dog run or in the van, the gate to the dog run will be closed before opening the gate to the drop-off area. The van will then exit the drop-off area and again close the gate to the area. This double fence system will maximize safety for the dogs and neighboring residents. Vans will then use the proposed gravel vehicle turnaround road terminus that is consistent with DPW&T's standard 200.10 before exiting the property. The smaller dog run on the posterior of the subject property has a similar double gate chamber operation for ensuring dogs are secure in the transition of pickup and drop off. The plan as designed will ensure a safe, secure, and efficient drop off and pickup process.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I only have a couple more questions. I do appreciate your indulgence, and I know what time it is, and I know we're keeping you from lunch. So just a couple more questions. Ms. Ballestero, based on your attendance here today, listening to all the testimony and review of all the information in the record and your oversight in preparing the civil engineering drawings, which include designs to protect against undue noise, encourage the preservation of trees, and reduce adverse impacts to neighboring properties. In your professional opinion, will the purposes of the zoning ordinance be equally well or better served by the applicant's proposal for the 3 departures?
In my professional opinion, yes.
Okay, and in your professional opinion, are the departures the minimum necessary to given the specific to afford relief given the specific circumstances of the request?
Yes, the proposed plan retains as much forest and vegetation as possible and retains the rural nature of the neighborhood. It also provides safer egress and ingress to the subject property.
And are the departures, which are all related to retaining as much of the long, narrow driveway and parking area as possible, are they necessary in order to alleviate circumstances which are unique to the site?
In my professional opinion, yes, the departures are necessary in order to alleviate circumstances unique to the site that are detailed in the statement of justification submitted with the application.
Okay, thank you. And last question: will the departures the departures will not impair the visual, functional, or environmental quality of the site of the surrounding neighborhood, correct?
In my professional opinion, the departures do not impair the visual, functional, safety, or environmental quality of the neighborhood surrounding the site, and in fact, take efforts to reduce impacts to the surrounding neighborhood.
Okay, that's my last question, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Ballestero. We'll reserve any comments after we hear from anyone else who wants to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Goldsmith. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Ballestero? Nope. All right. So we will now turn to the sign-up list. So I'm a little mindful of time, just because the day is long and we did not have a break. But I also know that there are folks who have been waiting to speak and been waiting a long time. But perhaps some of the folks who have been waiting a long time would also benefit from a break. So let me poll folks a little bit. For the folks who, I'm thinking specifically of the folks who signed up, Miss, is it Dionarin? Did I pronounce that right?
Yes.
And I have a Miss Peterson, Mr. Arnold, Miss Lawrence, Mr. Groom. Are you all there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay.
Dionarin.
Okay, great. I think that as the planning board, we're perfectly happy to keep going and push through this, but we're also open to a break because it's well past lunchtime. How much of an inconvenient is it for you all if we take a break now? And please don't hold back. Tell us straight up what your preference would be.
We've been waiting. I don't mind, but
Prefer to move forward.
Mind.
prefer to move forward, or I know you don't mind, but I'm just trying to see.
I prefer to move forward. I mean, we don't mind whatever it is. I mean, if you guys want to take
folks,
a break,
let's just continue to move forward. Maybe we'll take a quick bio break because we've been going for a while. What if we take a 10-minute break and then we'll start by, it's 2:09. We'll start back up at 2:20. This is just a quick break, okay? So at 2:20, we'll recess and we'll be back in business at 2:20.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Naomi, do you have a Starbucks next to your house? How'd you pull that off?
No, it's leftover.
Okay, all right.
I just have it from this morning.
All right, just checking. All right, are we all here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 commissioners. 3. There we go. Good to go. Folks, the hour is 2:20. We're back from a brief recess. We are in the midst of item 10 on our agenda, which is departure from design standards DDS 23002, one leg up pets. We have heard from staff. We have heard from the applicant. We will now hear from folks who signed up to speak. I'm just going to read through the list to see who is here or not here, and then I'll swear folks in, and then we'll figure out how to manage the time. I have a Richard Groom. Mr. Groom? No? Ann Lawrence.
Here.
Ms. Lawrence, you're there? Okay, thank you. Nathan Arnold, I see. Wanda Peterson. Ms. Peterson? No, Ms. Peterson. And then I see Minram and Orville Dionaren. Yes, they're both there. And I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Is there anyone else I have missed? Okay, so for those who I've mentioned, first of all, I'm going to need to swear you in. So if I could ask all of you to raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Consider yourselves under oath. Now, I know you're not an organized group, but I want to be mindful of providing enough time for you all. How much time do you think you need for us to hear what you have to say? Let me put it this way. If any of you need more than 3 minutes, just let me know and we'll figure out how to manage it, okay? And I will go through the list in the way I have read it. And again, Mr. Groom, I don't see Mr. Groom here. Ms. Lawrence.
Ready.
And then we'll go to, I'm sorry, Ms. Lawrence?
No, I said I'm ready.
Oh, you are? Okay, Ms. Lawrence, good. And you were sworn in, correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Take it away. How much time do you think you need? Is 3 minutes okay?
I'm hopeful. Yes.
Okay. If you need a little more, we'll be flexible, okay?
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shall I
Go ahead.
proceed?
Introduce yourself for the record and you can proceed.
Okay. My name is Ann Lawrence. I live at 4804 Davron Street, Laurel, Maryland, 20707. And I live in this small neighborhood, which consists of a cluster of about 23 homes. We're located off Greencastle Road on two dead-end streets. One is Burke Hall, the other Davron. Across Greencastle is the Fairland Parkland, and further beyond is the Fairland Swim Pool and Ice House. The first home to be built was in 1953 by Dr. Earl, with a small kennel where she bred chow dogs. in a small private business. A few years later, other homes were added, as well as my home in 1975. I've resided here 49 years, and my home is at the dead end of Davron Street, probably about, I would say, approximately 200 feet from this property of Miss Leone's. We, through the years, we've felt like we live in a remote area. Even the Good Humor truck didn't visit, nor did we have street lights. And during snowy winter months, when the snow plow cleared, we were at the end of their route. Now, in regard to the number of dogs that were mentioned to be bussed in, which were first mentioned around 20 plus, and eventually that number will probably increase as the business grows, the proposed business grows. The drawings for the proposed runs for the dogs are very sizable and would collect a substantial amount of waste, attracting mosquitoes, flies, and possibly rodents. Initially, we've had a severe mosquito problem due to the lay of the land where there is standing water. There is runoff of rainwater that I understand is presently affecting homes that are lower than the 4717 property. A stream runs through below that area, which swells in size during heavy rainstorm. You may recall that about 5 years ago or so, that Greencastle Road was closed for a year due to the bridge having been damaged and required complete replacement. So just imagine the miasma in the air on a warm summer day as the breeze blows over this dog run area. And then moving on, as far as traffic issues are concerned, Greencastle Road is heavily traveled. With the addition of a proposed kennel, no doubt the traffic would increase. Every day, it's not unusual for 8 or more cars to line up during the evening and morning rush hours. Cars speed down this road and sometimes passing moving traffic. Speed bumps would be helpful, by the way. There's also a curve in the road coming down the hill on Greencastle, where drivers encounter a solar lighted sign requiring drivers to stop to allow hikers to cross on that path that goes through the park. There is a sign there from a solar sign that, beyond that is the road that enters into 4717 property. In past years, there have been serious accidents where cars traveling at very high speeds down that hill have crashed. And most recently, probably in the last 3-4 years, a driver died at that spot. The lay of the land and the road affects how the road entering into 4717 would need to be designed to allow for a car entering and departing. And I did hear that addressed today. Neighbors have expressed concern over a matter of how this proposed kennel owner has run their businesses in Tacoma Park and Silver Spring. Prior history of One Leg Up Pets demonstrated that over time, there were more than 10 citations for dog care violations, among which was operating without a license. There is fear that there may be an effort to find some loophole to set up a business here, despite the neighborhood opposition. Some weeks ago, neighbors met with the owner of One Leg Up Pets. The tenor of that meeting was that neighbors were not enthusiastic about the Leg Up Pets, yet it was quoted that the owner stated that the neighbors didn't seem to mind, which is an inaccurate report. As I understand, that over 11 neighbors have signed a petition in opposition to the kennel being developed and this has been submitted. It's also that my understanding is that the resident at 4717 is residing in the home on the property, and that business will be operated out of that dwelling. And those are my comments, and thank you for the time.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. Appreciate it. Next, we have Nathan Arnold. Mr. Arnold. And I will also give you a little bit more time if you need it as well. I don't know if 3 minutes is going to be enough for you. Just let me know, okay?
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I've been sworn in. My name is Nathan Arnold. I live at 4713 Greencastle Road. I'm one of the neighbors directly adjacent to the proposed kennel on the western side. I live there with my wife and 2 kids, and I'm here to raise our concerns about having a dog kennel operating next door. I appreciate the efforts that One Leg Up Pets has taken to mitigate the impact and preserve the character of the property. We don't have any objection to preserving the driveway as much as possible. I think they've addressed some of the safety concerns associated with that. But as the earlier presentation alluded to, our biggest concern is the noise. At their informational meeting for the neighborhood, One Leg Up Pets noted that they can have upwards of 30 dogs on the site and that they would be operating 7 days a week. And I'm concerned that the noise modeling that was done by Mr. Curley and his firm was using an average or lower estimate of the number of dogs and the noise that they would be generating. And it wouldn't represent the peak noise levels that the neighborhood is going to experience. So I would appreciate some clarification on that. Our neighborhood is a nice wooded area. We like to spend a lot of time outside, and the sound of 30 dogs barking would really disrupt the peace and quiet of the community, and apparently without even 1 day a week of relief from the noise. As such, we're especially concerned about any reduction in the buffer requirements. We don't feel that the proposed fence with existing vegetation would provide an adequate noise buffer. The additional line of evergreen shrubs that was requested by county staff would certainly help. But even then, I'm afraid we're still going to hear a lot of barking anytime we go outside. And I think the bottom line is that this is just not a great site for a kennel. It's a residential area with neighbors on 3 sides who are all going to be disturbed by a large number of barking dogs every day of the week. And under these conditions, I think any reduction in the buffer requirements doesn't make much sense. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. Much appreciated. Next, we have Wanda Peterson. Ms. Peterson? No? And I'm going to try again, Mr. Groom, just to make sure. Richard Groom. Okay, then we have the Deonorans, Minram and Orville. We can't hear you. You're on mute. Take your time. No, we can't hear you yet, sir. We still can't hear you. Jessica, can you help us out with this?
Yes, I'll reach out.
Okay, thank you. I'm on mute, aren't I? Commissioners, if you have, while we're working on these technology issues, if it would be appropriate if you have any questions for, based on what you've heard, any questions for staff or the applicant, we could start some of the questions now.
I guess I have a question really with regards to the issue of the flooding in that area.
Okay.
And if either,
Ms. Ballestero?
Yeah, if they could answer it. Yep.
Sure. What is the question?
Well, one of the residents testified. One of the residents testified about the problem with water and flooding. And I was just wondering, that seems to be an opposite to what you had said, that this won't present any problem.
Yeah, so in existing conditions, I had mentioned, thank you for the question. So in existing conditions, we have 4 distinct drainage areas. I'm just going to pull up a quick picture that can show it. We have 4 distinct drainage areas, about 5,000 square feet of drainage from the site is in existing conditions is going directly to Greencastle Road. There's another 57,000 square feet of drainage that is going to the front yard of the neighbor's house that is to the northwest of the property. There's about 20,000 square feet of drainage going to the backyard of the one neighbor's property. And then there's about 38,000 square feet going to Mr. Arnold's property. We are not required per Comar or per Prince George's County to do any kind of stormwater management because of the limitations of what is proposed on site. Ultimately, Ms. Leone will need to pursue getting approvals from DPI to move forward with the application, and any kind of drainage issues will be evaluated at that time. But at this point, I would not anticipate, given the de minimis amount of additional impervious surface that's being proposed, I would not anticipate any kind of additional requirements for stormwater management. Again, they're really, really minor improvements being proposed, and that's by design. I mean, the intent of the applications and the intent of the departure is to try to minimize impacts to the community, to the neighborhood, to try to retain as much vegetation and tree canopy coverage as possible, and also to retain the rural nature of the neighborhood. I think that these things are all working in concert together. Retaining vegetation is one of the things that can help to mitigate flooding downstream, and reducing impervious is the best way to reduce flooding and downstream drainage issues. So I think that the application we're putting forward is really meeting the needs and intent of the community, while also still allowing Ms. Leone the benefit of using her property the way that she intends to.
Okay, so I guess the question, and maybe I misunderstood, but you're going to put more gravel over a grass area, or you're going to put asphalt over the grass area and then put gravel?
No asphalt is proposed, and the gravel improvements that are proposed are on the magnitude of about 2,000 square feet. When we look at what that equals in acres, we're talking 0.04 of an acre. It's a really, really small amount of additional gravel that's being proposed to meet the minimum lane width requirements of a driveway at 11 feet.
Okay,
Yeah.
So the gravel is going to be put on
I'm
the
on the line,
grass.
but I don't know, when you communicated.
Commissioner, hold on one sec. Sir, we do hear you. You just stay on the line 1 second. We're going to wrap up one question and then we'll turn it over to you. Okay? So we hear you, and I'll ask you to speak in just about 1 minute.
Still there?
Yep. Can you hear me?
On the other phone?
Yes, on your home phone.
On the home phone. I can hear you on the home phone, yes. Still there? No.
Can you hear me?
Doesn't seem like it.
We can.
We can. All right. So I'm sorry, Commissioner. You have more questions for Ms. Balestero?
Are you going to put? So I just want to make sure. So the driveway has to be widened, and so you're going to put the gravel right over the grass.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And I mentioned it before, and maybe the landowner or the applicant doesn't realize it, but the county will give a credit back in cash towards any pervious surfaces that you put down, up to a certain maximum. And I didn't know if the landowner was aware of that.
Thank you.
It's part of the Chesapeake Bay protection. But anyway, you answered my question. Thank you.
Thank you for that information too.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions for staff or the applicant? All right. Mr. Dionoren, can you hear me? Jessica, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. And I hear you in the background of his call, but it's just we're still trying to work on his audio.
Okay. All right. Well, then let's keep going. Are there other questions for staff or the applicant? And Mr. Goldsmith, you will, if we get to these folks, as I'm sure we will, you will certainly have the opportunity for any rebuttal and the last word as the applicant. But perhaps what we can do just to help manage our time is to continue on as in our process, and then we'll get to them when we get to them. I had just a few more questions. When we turn to you, Mr. Goldsmith, for rebuttal, the things that caught my attention, Mr. Arnold had this question around this clarification on the noise standards. If you could get a little bit more detail around that as well, around the sort of the maximum noise and the number of dogs and how that might affect it. Ms. Lawrence had some questions about rats and cleanup, which is not totally pertinent, but maybe pertinent enough. So if you could address those issues, I know that Ms. Leone talked about that a bit more detail on that. Those are the two that I picked up from what we heard from folks in the community. Commissioners, anything else that you want to hear from Mr. Goldsmith on rebuttal? No? Okay. All right, Mr. Goldsmith, we'll turn to you for rebuttal and then close, and we'll sneak in the Dionorens when we can figure out the technology.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll turn to Mr. Curley, who can address Mr. Arnold's question about the about modeling and his report.
Okay.
Sure. So there are a few different ways to measure noise and model it. One would be taking the average noise level. That would make sense. Say if you're measuring a mechanical equipment like a condensing unit, then because that's a real constant noise that's running continuously, it would make sense to show the average noise level, whether you're measuring or showing impacts. In this case,
I'm on the last phone.
Mr. Curley, hold on one sec. Mr. Degenerer, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Excellent.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you. Hold on one second. Mr. Curley, stop. Mr. Goldsmith, stop. We're going to hear from Mr. Degenerer since we got him. All right. Mr. Degenerer, you were sworn in, correct?
Yes, I was sworn in, yeah.
Okay. And are you speaking and your wife speaking both, or just you?
I'm speaking, but I don't know if she can button. Is it possible?
That's absolutely fine. I just want to make sure who we're giving some time to. So we'll start with you. I'll put 3 minutes on the clock. If you need a little more time, that's okay. But I'll put 3 minutes on the clock so you can see the clock while you're talking. And if you could introduce yourself for the record and take it away, the floor is yours.
All right. I've noticed on that hearing board they got out there with application number DDS23002, they're asking for a handicapped street parking facility. Wondering why is that? For handicapped street parking facility for handicaps, and then also.
We'll make sure any questions you have, we'll make sure that the applicant, well, hopefully the applicant will address those under rebuttal. So ask any questions that you have, and we'll make sure that they get answered, okay, as best we can.
Okay. Okay. Yes, I'll start over again. On the board out there, it says DDS2300 application. They're asking for a street parking facility for handicap. I don't see the reason why, unless you want to make it a commercial business. Also the driveway. They have a 22-foot driveway coming in. I think these are all leading to a commercial setting. And a 22 feet driveway will require like a 30 feet apron. And I know when I applied for a driveway, the DPIE couldn't let me have it. It says a safety concern. So I don't know how why they are doing that. But I like to say that I deny this dog kennel business they are making there. And I live next door. All the wash off from the dog urine and all will come into my property because I'm very low down. And I'm just next to on the west of their property line. So I don't know how I'm against the dog kennel business, and I'll like if I can do a stop on it. Really, I've been living here for over 30 years, and there's a lot of wildlife on the west side of my property, the county land, and they all come over here, and I get used to them. I pet them, and with dogs barking around here, it drive them away. I got a lot of deers as well, and I'm retired. You're elderly, so I would like to share my concern.
Yes. Okay.
We
thank
have
you.
also
Go ahead.
we have
Keep
also
going.
a petition to disapprove all development of a commercial kennel in our quiet residential neighborhood. And I don't feel like they should open a business here for dogs around here.
Okay.
So that's my concern. Gone to the
All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate you bringing your concerns to us. Ms. Dionaran, are you going to be speaking as well?
You want to speak? Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is.
Were you sworn in as
No, I
well?
did not. I'm swearing now.
You swear in now? Okay. If you could raise your right hand.
Sure.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. And you are under oath. And introduce yourself for the record. And the floor is yours. We'll put 3 minutes up on the clock to help manage our time.
Thank you. I live next door to the property we're talking about. I'm on 4711 Greencastle Road. We've been here for nearly 30 years. It's a very, very quiet residential neighborhood. And my left side facing Greencastle Road is all state reserve land for wildlife. Across from us, it goes all the way to Fairland, and there's an ice house there with a swimming pool and all of that. This area is very, very quiet, and it's a peaceful area. Housing over 20 dogs going to classify as a commercial property. You cannot, have 20 dogs in a very quiet residential property, number one. Our concern was when we meet in April, and we mentioned this about the feces and the urine. They told us, they will clean the feces up frequently. But the urine, can you imagine on a hot summer day what that stench is going to be like? Plus, you could come and look at our land. It's so much lower. There is also a natural spring, which is on the land. And during winter, you'll have water overflowing. We had to put in a kind of drain, leading it to the storm drain so we get the water out. We had issues with that for years. Another thing is the fence, what they are proposing to put there. Can you imagine how sore sight that's going to be, number one? The neighborhood has got, my back neighbor, they have young children. I have a young grandson. They all hang out in the backyard in the evening. Beyond us, it's all very elderly retirees. And in the evening, most of the time when it's a nice cool summer, we'll be out on the deck. You'll find the kids are playing in the back. Having dogs barking will also affect the young children sleeping at night. They have to go to school the next day. And also, we have been here, we enjoy the neighborhood, and having, I don't mind 1 or 2 dogs, that's a difference. Our neighbor beyond her house has got 2 dogs. And when those 2 dogs start barking, it is affecting us. So we do have petitions signed, and I'll appreciate if they could listen to what we are saying and kind of reject this kennel for us, please. We'll appreciate that. And thank you for giving me the time to speak to you.
Thank you, and thank you for all of you for your patience today. It's been a long day, I know, and so thank you for holding on so we could hear your concerns. Now, we have no one signed up else up to speak. I have not missed anybody. So we will now turn to the applicant again, Mr. Goldsmith. This is your final rebuttal and final close before we close the hearing, so take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to turn back.
Obviously, you heard the additional concerns, and if you could address those as well, it'd be very helpful.
We will do that. But first, I want to turn back to Mr. Curley to address the modeling and explain why his report was done reasonably and to standards.
Yeah, and I'll go back to when this data was gathered for this model. In 2022, we did a noise survey of an existing kennel and measured a variety of different dog breeds, measured the dog bark noise levels from them. And of all those breeds, we took the loudest bark of all those dogs, and that is the noise source that's placed in the model. And as I was explaining before, there are a few different ways to show noise impact. When noise is shown as an average, like a daytime average, say 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., that's represented as dBA LEQ. LEQ is the average. When it's an instantaneous noise level, like a dog barking, which is applicable to this project. It's just the instantaneous noise level, or just shown as dBA, and that's also what the Prince George's County Code of Ordinances, Section 19-122A, that lists what the maximum noise level is at that property line. It states 65 dBA for residential, but if it's an impulse noise, then 5 dBA lower than that, which is 60 dBA. And yes, so that's the instantaneous noise level is happening at, if just a fraction of a second. So that's what we thought, that just a few dogs barking at the exact same time was a reasonable assumption for this project.
You feel confident that if the mitigating measures are, if One Leg Up Pets takes the mitigating measures as recommended in your report, that the kennel facility will be in compliance with the county's noise regulations?
Yes.
Okay. And that's your professional opinion, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. And then I just want to quickly address or turn to Ms. Leone, just because of the chairman's request. Just Ms. Leone, would you mind just reiterating kind of your what you do to clean up the site and how you're just to I think there were some comments about mosquitoes and some comments about runoff and smell, and so we just want to it's not exactly relevant to the application, but there were some concerns, so I just want to quickly
I'm happy
address
to,
that.
I'm happy to respond to that. So we clean up after the dogs all during the day. As the neighbors had mentioned, there is a lot of wildlife. I mean, obviously they don't clean up after themselves, and actual nature does its work in that regard, to the point where you can walk down past and not be like, oh, there's deer living here. It smells like deer pee. I mean, it's to speak of what's currently been happening. I think there was one person who suggested that I'm only wanting to get my business larger, and larger is only going to grow, so it's going to get worse in time, or by their standards. We've been doing this for 20 years, so we've kind of arrived at, I wouldn't say we're at capacity. We certainly want to be open to our neighbors that want to be customers, or people in West Laurel who want to be customers of ours. But we have a full operation right now, and what it currently has been for probably the last 10 years. And our neighbors and everybody currently they don't have any of the complaints this person had. I'm not saying that they're that they don't have, that they may not have merit, but I'm just saying we haven't had anyone ever express concerns with our own place. When it was, I think that same neighbor in the community meeting had shared that she was concerned that the trash only came once a week, and where did we put the excrement that we cleaned up and everything. But it's in trash bags and a trash can. It's not like the day before trash comes, everyone's walking by with their nose, plugged or something like that. It's just not a concern that we have seen at all in the past, over a decade. So I don't think that's going to be an issue for us. So. And to straightforward answer to your question, we just clean up after the dogs all day long, and we're always looking for stuff to clean up. We don't want the dogs to step in it, roll in it. Dogs do weird things. We like to get that out of the way throughout the day, so that it doesn't get on their paws or anything like that. And then at the end of the day, when everyone's gone and we have no distraction, we're really focused on a thorough cleanup, because I live here and it's my home. So we want it to be nice and fresh.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Daly. Okay. I just there were a couple comments that I want to address real quick, and then I'll wrap it up. There was a comment about the handicap space. We had initially requested relief from having to install the ADA handicap space, because we didn't think wasn't going to be necessary. We're going to try to avoid installing asphalt on the property, but again, DPI requires this, and so that's why one ADA handicap space is going to be installed, but that's going to be up closer to the house. And again, this application, I think there's still some confusion as to what it is. We're trying to avoid installing a 22-foot wide driveway to the extent that the driveway is safe. And so that's what this application essentially is, and trying to avoid having to pave it with pervious paving. And so we very much appreciate the community's interest, and we do understand their concern with the use, which is not before the board. And we appreciate the petition with 11 people that's going around. But as the board knows, there is no zoning by plebiscite in Maryland. And this facility is going to be regulated, licensed, and inspected by the county on a regular basis. Ms. Leone had touched on her issues with some citations in Montgomery County, which is why the reason she's moving to this location, so she can conform with zoning. And she has clearly articulated her business model and the extensive measures to mitigate impacts on the neighboring property. And we have provided, I think, an exhaustive record demonstrating that we meet the criteria for the board to approve the 3 departures and the alternative compliance, which is the application that is before the board. And so we do thank the board very much for giving us this amount of time. We know we're keeping you from lunch, and so we ask for approval of the 3 departures and the alternative compliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We've heard the rebuttal and the close from the applicant. If there's no other questions for the applicant, commissioners, or staff, then I will close the public hearing, and it is to us for any deliberation and then potential action. So thoughts, reactions, any questions or comments or discussion amongst us? No? Okay. My 2 cents on this before we take action is that I certainly understand the concerns from the neighbors. If this was a use that was moving in next to me, I would share a lot of those concerns. I'm sure we all would. I think that the applicant has made a very clear and compelling case about how they're addressing these concerns. It feels like it's being approached quite professionally. We've heard from experts related to noise and the design, other design issues. It feels I'm comfortable with this, that they're meeting the standards. So I don't, as much as I'm concerned about what I hear from folks in the community, and I understand and I hear it, I don't have any concerns about supporting this project, given the information that the applicant has provided. So that's where I am with this. I don't know, commissioners, where you are with this, and what is your pleasure on this item?
Mr. Chairman, I would associate myself with your comments and thank everyone who testified today. And with that, I move that we adopt the findings of staff as well as the findings as amended by applicant exhibit number 1 and approve DDS-23002 and AC-23013 along with the conditions as outlined in staff's report and is further modified by applicant exhibit number 1.
Second.
I've got a motion by Commissioner Washington. I didn't hear who made the second.
It was me.
Commissioner Giraldo, thank you. I think Ms. Bailey mouthed the second, but she didn't actually say it on live.
I would add also, I do appreciate, Mr. Chair, the neighborhood coming in and expressing their thoughts and concerns. It appears that the applicant has done a lot to hopefully alleviate those concerns. So I want to thank them. And I want to thank the applicant also for the efforts that they made and the experts that they consulted to see that they can allay the concerns as much as possible of the neighbors.
Well said. Thank you. So with that, if there's no further discussion, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Thank you to everyone from the community, Mr. Goldsmith and Ms. Leon, the rest of the team. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Great seeing you today.
We have 2 quick items left on our agenda. Dare I say, emphasis is on quick. Mr. Hatcher and Mr. Antonetti, we have 2 quick items on our agenda. We'll start with item 11 on our agenda, preliminary plan of subdivision 4-21040, Imberly Townhomes. Mr. Diaz-Campbell, staff presentation. Mr. Hatcher with the applicant. We have no one else who signed up to speak beyond members of the applicant's team. Mr. Diaz-Campbell, take it away for your short presentation.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. For the record, I'm Eddie Diaz-Campbell, planner 3 with the subdivision section. Item number 11 on the agenda is the preliminary plan subdivision for Imberly Townhomes, 4-21040. The subject project proposes 3 parcels for residential development consisting of 170 condominium townhouse dwelling units. The allocation is subject to approved certificate of adequacy ADQ-2022-005. As you mentioned, Mr. Chair, members of the public have time to speak for this application. The applicant submitted 2 exhibits prior to noon deadline on June 25, 2024. Applicant's Exhibit 1 is a possible alternate alignment for the Landover Gateway Bike Trail along Bright Seat Road. Applicant's Exhibit 2 includes requested revisions to the staff recommended conditions of approval, with which staff is in agreement. Staff recommend adoption of the findings of the technical staff report, approval of Type 1 Tree Conservation Plan TCP 1-001-2014-02, approval of a variation from Section 24-121A19, and approval of the preliminary plan of subdivision, subject to conditions contained in the staff report, as modified by applicant's Exhibit 1. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz-Campbell. Commissioners, any questions for staff?
Just quick. Yeah, Mr. Diaz-Campbell, you referenced applicant exhibit number 2 as the revised conditions, but you just said applicant exhibit number 1. I received it as applicant exhibit number 2. Can you just confirm, please?
Yes, as modified by applicant's Exhibit 2. That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No further questions for staff. We'll turn to Mr. Hatcher. Take all the time you need, really. You know, an hour or two. It's fine.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
before we go on, just to dovetail on what Commissioner Washington said, applicant's exhibit number 2 is labeled exhibit number 1.
It's entitled exhibit number 1 by the applicant, but it came into our record as applicant exhibit number 2.
Number 2.
No, I agree. But I mean, I just think if the record to be clear, that should be changed to applicant's exhibit 2.
Yeah, that's how the applicant sent it in to us. So they titled what I think the best course is for the applicants not to title their exhibits, rather let us assign them appropriately into the record so it's not confusing.
Right. So maybe we could have the applicant. Maybe we can have the applicant make it clear that what his applicant's exhibit number, that exhibit 2 is labeled exhibit 1. So we're clear.
He's about to do that.
Okay.
Mr. Hatcher, with that, the floor is yours.
For the record, my name is Chris Hatcher with CL Hatcher LLC, with an office in Laurel, here on behalf of the applicant Neighborhood Partners 100 LLC for subject application preliminary plan 4-21040, associated TCP 1001-2014-02, and the associated variation petition. My good friend and mentor Andre Gingo said, when the commissioner says be swift, you better listen. So to clarify the question that Commissioner Giraldo asked, we did submit an applicant's proposed revisions to staff conditions, and we labeled it applicant exhibit number 1. Going forward, we will not label the exhibits just to avoid any confusion in the record. What has been presented to the board by Mr. Diaz-Campbell is applicant's exhibit 2, which is our proposed revisions to conditions. We did provide those to staff. They have been able to review them, and we submit on the testimony and the material in the record. And with that, the applicant respectfully requests that the planning board adopt the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained in the staff as revised by applicant's exhibit number 2, and approve this preliminary plan, associated TCP 1, and variation petition. There are several individuals from they are signed up to speak only if the board has questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hatcher. Commissioners and staff, are we clear about the issue related to the numbering of the items? Yeah, okay.
I think it's clear now. Basically, what the applicant said was that applicants labeled exhibit 1 is actually labeled by the county as by our board as exhibit number 2.
Okay. Okay. And I agree with both of you and Commissioner Washington, your suggestion that we do the numbering, applicants don't, make things simpler and easier. So we'll keep that in mind. All right, questions for the applicant, commissioners?
Just a minor.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Turner.
Just a minor request on the
Mr. Hatcher, on the shared use path schematic that you've got. So first, thank you for submitting it in such a resolution because almost no one does. So when I try and like zoom in on stuff, like it's just totally blurry and I can't see things like very well. But what I wanted just to point out is when you've got the crossings that are coming up where you're hitting intersections and you've got the pedestrian crossings right there and you have like some signals. There's one on like the north side of it and then there might be one on the south side. But I don't know for sure if there's a signal arm on the south side. On the north side, there's a signal arm and a foundation that's right in there. If you could just double check, and this is not a requirement, it's just more of like making it nice for people to use. The foundation on the signals needs to be just like elevated a little bit and just easy for somebody to put their foot on. I'm trying to work with our park staff and other people right now to design the signal bases a little bit better. Because when I'm out with my kids and I've got them like either on the front of my bike or on the back, and I have to try and balance instead of dismounting, putting my foot on the foundation of the signals is the way for me not to fall over, particularly when my kids are flailing around and messing up my balance. So that's something I'm trying to improve around, and we've actually got a potential project with UMD students in the fall to try and figure out if they can kind of like have fixes that'll work around the county. But just by seeing that one detail, I just want to point it out. So engineering or construction wise, if you can just kind of make sure that's set up right, because otherwise, like people, if they're strapped in with bike shoes and stuff, you got to take them off. They've got to dismount and stuff because most of the kind of paths around there are not, or the signals and foundations are not taking into account people on bikes coming up to them and having to stop and losing their balance and falling over sideways. So if you can just kind of note that for when you go back with your engineers and stuff, just to kind of make sure it's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. When we're going back to the next step, we'll focus in on that. Also, just to keep in mind, just concern this property's proximity to FedEx Field and any evacuation plans that they might have there. We're gonna, for anything along Bright Seat Road and Sheriff Road in this area, have got to be coordinated with at least 3 or 4 different departments or agencies. So in those meetings, we will share that information. We will convey your concern or your comments.
Okay, thanks.
Excellent. Other questions for staff or applicant? Seeing none, we've got no one else who signed up to speak. Mr. Hatcher, I assume there's nothing else you have for us at this time? Then we will close the...
Yep.
Thank you, sir. So then we will close this public hearing. Commissioners, what is your pleasure on this item?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the findings of staff and approve preliminary plan 4-21040 TCP 1-001-2014-02 and variation from section 24-121A19 along with the conditions as outlined in staff's report and is further modified by applicant exhibit number 2.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Vice Chair Bailey. There's no discussion. I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Hatcher. And thank you, Mr. Diaz-Campbell. Last item on our agenda, and folks, for the record, we have on our agenda item 3B, which was an executive session. We will not be having that today. So the last item on our agenda is item 12. This is a STP specific design plan 2305 National Capital Business Park Phase 2. Mr. Antonetti is representing the applicant. Mr. Price will give a staff presentation. This is an evidentiary hearing. I don't believe we have anyone signed up to speak beyond members of the applicant's team. The hour is late, Mr. Price and Mr. Antonetti, so we will ask you to be brief and take it away, sir.
Yeah, we're in the home stretch. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Board. For the record, I'm Todd Price with the Urban Design Section. Item 12 is Specific Design Plan SDP-2305 titled National Capital Business Park Phase 2. There is also an associated Type 2 Tree Conservation Plan, TCP2-026-2021-09. The proposed development includes 3 warehouse distribution buildings totaling approximately 1,543,815 square feet. The subject application sits within the overall 442.3 acres of development called the National Capital Business Park. The development standards for the overall project were established at the time of CDP. Prior to Tuesday's noon deadline, the applicant provided an exhibit which included revisions to conditions 1C, 1E, and condition 4, which has been included in the additional backup. Staff is in agreement with the proposed changes. Additionally, the applicant provided an exhibit which included revisions to the findings, which has also been included in the additional backup. Staff is in agreement with the proposed changes. Staff has not received any opposition to this application. In conclusion, staff recommends that the Planning Board adopt the findings and approve Specific Design Plan SDP-2305 and Type 2 Tree Conservation Plan TCP2-026-2021-09, subject to the conditions found in the staff report as revised by applicant's exhibits. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Commissioners, any questions for staff on this item? Seeing none, we will turn to the applicant. I'm not sure the applicant is here, Mr. Antonetti, or somebody else representing the applicant.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm sorry, I'm having issues with my camera all of a sudden. I'm not sure why, but if possible, if I can be with my camera off, I'd proceed.
No problem at all. Take it away.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairman Shapiro, members of the Planning Board. For the record, my name is Robert Antonetti with the law firm of Shipley and Horn. We're here on behalf of the applicant. We do have members of our team here. The applicant's team, we're here to answer any questions that you may have. We do agree with the staff's recommendation on this case. We have submitted revised findings and revised conditions, which we believe the staff is in agreement with. Again, we are, this is the 8th specific design plan for the National Capital Business Park. It's a modern logistics center. It's moving forward. We're very excited about the future for the project, and we do appreciate your support and would respectfully request your approval of this application with the with the applicant's recommended finding changes and condition changes shared with staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Antonetti. Commissioners, there's no questions for the applicant. We have no one who has signed up to speak on this item that I can see, so I will close this public hearing. And Commissioners, what is your pleasure on this item?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the findings of staff as well as the findings as revised by applicant exhibit number 1 and approve SDP-2305 and TCP2-026-2021-09, along with the conditions as outlined in staff's report and is further modified by applicant exhibit number 2.
Second.
We've got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Commissioner Giraldo. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Antonetti, and thank you, Mr. Price.
Thank you.
Ms. Connor, is there any further business to go before the Planning Board today?
There is no further business to go before the Planning Board today.
All right, thank you. Thanks, everybody, for all your good work today.
Thank you.
Without objection, we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Have a good one. Bye.